Good morning, folks. Ooh, that thing is way too large when it's in that mode. How are we doing? Happy Friday. You made it to the weekend. A couple of packs to open this morning. With strong arming our way into the second full art leaf, we are back to opening Genetic Apex, I believe. I think Arcanine EX full art is the next full art I would like. One of those and would like a second matching one. Yeah, we're going to play in another tournament later today. There's one firing at 11 a.m. Central, about 2 hours from now. I think we're going to play the Machamp deck from yesterday's highlight. Morning, Acti. Yes, Haley Gross. You got the Squirtle card? Yay, I'm so glad you're excited. There's a short goal and a long goal for the candy promo, Ben. Clearing level 40 is good for the 1 month, and clearing level 250 is good for 3 months. How did Melmetal do? I really liked the Melmetal deck we landed on yesterday. I think we were misbuilt by one card, and we had some close losses in the tournament. So the tournament games didn't get us the result we wanted there, but I was pretty happy with where the deck list ended up at. One of the number one things you got to be able to disconnect from when working on deck lists in games like this is not being hyper results focused. The difference between being, 4-1 and being 1-4 in a card game a lot of the time is pretty thin margins if you're playing well. Haley had been opening Pikachu packs looking for a Squirtle card, so she finally found her Squirtle card this morning. Yeah, I like the core of the Machamp deck a lot. I think Machamp EX is a really solid hitter. I think Hitmonlee in general is pretty well positioned, and Aerodactyl is more solid than I gave it credit for on launch, I think. Machamp felt like it was waiting for a perfect pairing, and I never really loved Marowak EX with it, and Aerodactyl definitely feels more consistent and powerful. Take our freebie here this morning. I'm doing really well, Submark. Good morning. Life's good. You know what would make it better? A 2-star in my Wonder pick this morning. Never a 2-star? Oh, Nidorino. He's one of my favorites. He evolves into Nido King. Yeah, I do have him. You want to see my Nidorino? Okay. There he is, just like yours. We do both have Nidorinos.
That is awesome.
It is very awesome, Toddler Girl. It's really interesting to me how a lot of people were kind of freaking out that you wouldn't be able to max the pack hourglasses every single month. But with the extra bonuses they give you, it's really pretty easy to do that, yeah? You wouldn't have enough to do Wonder Hourglasses and Pack Hourglasses, but with just Pack Hourglasses, it's easy to clear through them. I'm 67 over for the month, and we're not quite done yet, and I've bought all of these. Yeah, I actually haven't done any of the newest solo missions either, so I imagine there's probably some hiding in there as well. That's a good call out. Delete all. There's hundreds in the solo missions? That's wild. Yeah, it seems like the structure for all those little details in this game are really well done. I like the focus on having the solo things going on. I have something else in missions to claim. Mass outbreak. Oh right, there's a free pack in here. Oh no, I'm gonna have 5 pack points I'm never gonna use. Rip. We were so careful to open right until we had exactly enough pack points, but I'm gonna get some freebies from the holiday login. We're gonna have 15 of these. The free pack doesn't give pack points. Really? That's interesting. Does it give Stardust? I've cleared almost 600 tickets from doing all of the solo missions plus battles. Neat, Mr. Incredible. That's a lot. Someone said 100. I wasn't expecting it to be that many. You do get dust out of it. No pack points, those, right? Alright, I caught this Blastoise Starmie playing Vaporeon put up a result in one of the tournaments. My boy Blue, as Haley came in here, and was excited about her Squirtle. He's one of my favorites, so I'm gonna play some of this Blastoise Starmie deck to start the day and see how it feels. I bought both of my full art copies of Leaf. Full Art Leaf is literally the only card I didn't open organically in the expansion. Going second. We elite Eevee. Rather this take hits while we get this set up. Wigglytuff. She's very pink. Do we know when the next big expansion is going to be? Datamines put the next big expansion as launching, at the end of January. I think it says 30th or the 31st. It puts us on a 6-week cycle between set releases. Yeah, Blastoise is a really solid finisher. And one thing that's really interesting about Blastoise being a solid finisher is that the way Blastoise EX's second attack is templated, a Mew copying it doesn't get to do 160 damage, it only does 100. So Blastoise is better than Charizard in that respect against Mews. That's so cool. Why don't you go upstairs and show mommy, okay? We are just getting started with the stream today, Rocks. We're playing some off-meta things I thought looked interesting that I wanted to brew with, and then we'll be starting with the tournament Machamp games in about 90 minutes or so. Put one more energy on here, so that way we can be able to evolve into Vaporeon and attack with that. Yes, Haley girl. No, I can't have you in here right now, okay? Daddy's working, and mommy's upstairs, and brothers are upstairs too playing, okay? Okay, you can go play with brothers in the basement or mommy upstairs, okay? You can have a hug.
But that's a little hug.
That's a little hug. All right, I'll lean all the way over. Thank God. Some classic stage 2 deck energy here. Unfortunate that we don't have Staryu for Starmie. Isn't the old Eevee better than this one? No, the new Eevee having the ability to randomly high roll and win the games on the spot is really, really good. Old Eevee doing 20 per turn is a very nominal amount of damage, so having the even albeit small chance to win the game on the spot tends to be very strong. Have they stated anything about playing on an emulator? They have not, and I don't expect that they ever will. Generally speaking, games only comment on emulators if they intend to explicitly disallow them. They will never officially endorse and say, hey, it's okay to use our software on an emulator. Thanks, Michael. Morning, happy Friday. I think we're done at this point. Slide along, that a stellar first game for our boy Blue. Will there be an official PC version of Pokemon Pocket? I would be very surprised if we had an official PC version at any point in the near future. In fact, if Pokemon Pocket were to expand platforms, I would expect they would have a Switch port before they had an official PC port. I'm leading on Squirtle. Another Psychic matchup. I've seen the requests that people have made for a rare candy card, a card that lets you skip stage 1 and go right to stage 2. And I think a lot of people don't really understand what they're asking for by the inclusion of that card in this game. I think a lot of people like hyper-focus on decks like this Blastoise one or Machamp and others that are trying to attack with stage 2 Pokemon and don't really think about the heavy repercussions that a card like that would have for a deck like Mewtwo. Because while Mewtwo's primary attacker is a basic Pokemon, the draws in Mewtwo that are actually good and strong are the draws that involve getting a Gardevoir really early. Hey, thanks, Spooky. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, the toddler will be back at school next week, but her and her brothers are home and her mom's been off work, so she's been around a little bit more than usual. I'm playing in one of the tournaments on Limitless in about an hour, about 90 minutes, 11 a.m. Central. I suppose the way the math on this works out, it actually isn't very good for us, right? They get to Psy-Shot us for 20 more, and then genome hacking puts us down. Yeah, I needed a Misty to win this race. You have a spot for your deck list. You can find my deck list highlighted most days of the week on the YouTube channel. But no, I don't have a page that I manually update while we're playing live. Ghostly, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. For those that are new, we'll generally put the deck list up on the screen when we take an ad break every 30 minutes or so, 30 to 40 minutes, but I don't randomly pause and put it up there mid-game. Otherwise, that'd be all we're doing. Oh, they didn't put the energy on the Mew. That's interesting and good for us. We take those. No, I just don't intend to manually update my deck list constantly, Ben. Like I said, decks that I post long-term end up on the YouTube channel and various highlight videos, which helps drive traffic there, but I don't intend to take 5 minutes every time I change decks on stream, because we usually change decks with some frequency. It's just too disruptive with too much downtime. Budding Expeditioner is pretty good. Let's reset the Mew here. Really hoping to draw Vaporeon so we can get Blastoise up and start taking away with him. Saber Tato, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. Good morning, good morning. We're gonna go ahead and slide the Squirtle out. I'll put an energy on here. I think I'm just giving up a knockout point on the Squirtle at this point. Actually kind of punished for not playing the Squirtle at the previous turn. I would have been able to evolve into War Turtle and take an extra wing attack hit, so small mistake on my part there for sure. This deck list is only playing one Eevee and one Vaporeon, which is kind of the downside of playing a Stage 2 Pokemon like Blastoise as opposed to the Stage 1 Gyarados. You have to make room to fit more of them in the deck. I think we're probably dead at this point. There's a good chance this deck is very bad. Someone did a thing at a tournament with it, but bad decks make good runs in tournaments all the time. That's why you can't make a strong power judgment off of a single result. All right, speaking of those breaks with the deck list up, let's go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause. I'll throw the deck list on the screen. I play one or two more with it, but like I said, I think there's a chance this is bad. We'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Maybe change out Starmie for Lumion. So again, there's always going to be lots of cards you can include in a deck list when you're playing a deck building game like Pokemon Pocket. So rather than suggesting simply random changes, you should be thinking critically about your deck and ask yourself the question, what problem does my deck have and how am I solving that problem by making the change that I want to make? You should then also think one level higher past that and go, okay, well, the cards that I'm cutting from my deck, what problems might I be creating by making those change? I think Lumion in general is quite mediocre, especially into Pikachu that exists in the world. You're right that it's like good into opposing decks like Gyarados, but Starmie EX gets some free wins too. Yeah, if this build continues to feel bad, there was another person that posted a result with Blastoise plus Druddigon plus Mew EX. That seems very reasonable. I think we'll probably try that next. Hey, Ben, thanks for always crushing the sponsored game promos. Appreciate that support. What level am I? My account is level 50, which is the maximum. Exis, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Would Lapras EX be better than Starmie? Why would Lapras EX be better than Starmie? Rather than me telling you your idea is bad, you should always make an effort here to tell me why your idea is good. I would much prefer to have a discussion rather than simply lecture at you and tell you you're wrong. Couldn't you choose Blastoise instead of Eevee in the last game? That is a legal gameplay. I could have in fact chosen to do that. So even that's another good point. Instead of me telling you, yes, that's a legal play, you should maybe think critically and tell me why the play you're suggesting is good. And then that opens up a dialogue for us. Yeah, account level 50 is the match, which is actually pretty low, because like I've spent a good deal of money on the game, but there's definitely people that have spent significantly more than me, and I was surprised that it capped as low as it did. I don't really have a particular singular thing that's wrong with Marvel Snap. If I'm being honest, it's not just gameplay related. As someone who makes full-time content for games, for the last, I don't even know how long, many months though, almost every single Marvel Snap video I post has a constant string of complaints, people that are just upset with Second Dinner and upset with the game. And as someone who has to engage with it every single day, constantly feeling like everything I post is just a punching bag for people griping, hasn't felt good and has made me enjoy the game a lot less. I've been enjoying Pokemon Pocket a whole heck of a lot, so I've decided my life is short and I'm going to go ahead and focus on the thing that I'm enjoying more. I just tuned in. Is this a recent tournament list or Blastoise fun stuff? This is a deck list that posted a tournament result, but it doesn't seem particularly good so far from the games that we've played. I think we're charging up Staryu here. Hey, thanks for checking out the sponsor, Rikachu. Oh, that's not the Executor I was expecting. Fancy. We go ahead and Misty on the Staryu, because if we hit even a single heads here, we can put an energy on the Eevee and then retreat it out. Perfect. We tried the Disney TCG. I am an adult with 3 small children, and my time to spend playing paper games basically doesn't exist. Anytime I'm playing casual games off stream, they tend to be board games. That's easier to play with new people and groups of people. So I try and make a point to test out most digital card games that drop, but paper card games not typically. What type of things are you looking for when gauging the strength of a deck that you're trying? How doing something powerful and how often are we doing that powerful thing? How well does that powerful thing line up into the other decks that I expect to be common that I'm going to play against? New Primate plus Aerodactyl. Oh, sorry. What do you think of Primate plus Marowak EX? Marowak EX is a card that's always felt a little bit scuffed to me. Never absolutely loved it. Feels like it has a lot of the same problem Celebi does, where like on the surface level it looks like it should be good, but in reality it just doesn't play out that way. Hey Vic, you're always welcome to offer constructive criticism of a deck that I'm playing. The more pointed and specific the better, but just like coming in and like tearing the deck down that I'm playing is not really welcome, so you're gonna get a 10-minute timeout for that one. Always encouraged to open a dialogue. Always going to be punished for just being needlessly negative. Thanks. NWL, thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. I appreciate that support. Those direct bits are a big part of why this is able to be my job. Thanks for keeping me around. You say Arrow is objectively better in your opinion. I think far too many people try to use the word objectively when they mean subjectively. I would say, anecdotally, Marowak EX has never felt particularly good to me. Largely due to the inherent variance that it has. Speaking of some inherent variance, there's my boy Blue. Let's end this game. Bazooka Blast. Imagine flipping coins to deal damage when you just flip coins to get energy and win the game. Yeet. I will say, as I've prepped I've been prepping deck lists from tournaments this week, looking for things to cover in our meta report roundup. There have been a handful of people posting results with the new Primate plus Aerodactyl EX, the deal 50 Primate, which seems sweet. I see that being reasonable. You have a favorite family board game? My boys are a big fan of King Domino and Point Salad, are some of the ones that we play a lot. It's honestly tough to record. Well, I guess it depends on who you are. I personally feel like it's tough to record matches with these Misty decks because it feels hard to get a highlight, because I feel like posting a bunch of highlights where I just like flipped a bunch of heads on Misty isn't really an accurate representation of like what the deck is doing. So I'd feel kind of bad, like, all right, we won a bunch of games here, but also like my Misty just went nuts in all of them, so it doesn't seem like a very fair representation of what's going on. But I was also watching a highlight the other day where there was like a 3-game highlight, and 2 of their 3 games they just like flipped multiple heads on Misty. So different strokes for different folks, I suppose. I've really been enjoying the anti-meta deck you played in the tournament. Yeah, I'm definitely going to play the Mars Shadow deck again tomorrow. It's my favorite competitive deck right now. These smaller tournaments during the week, I'm just trying out other stuff I wanna give a go to. Unless the oh, you know, should I have done this to the Staryu? I should have done this to the Staryu, yeah. Unless the Golem decks do a complete and total 180 on performance. I know the Golem deck had one tournament that I posted a good result in, but by and large, the Golem decks have been falling on their face. Like pretty consistent 35 to 45% win rate now that they're being played at higher sample sizes. It's honestly similar to this deck list. Like I said, I'm trying this deck list out because someone posted, I think it was a 7-2 finish with it or an 8-1, I forget exactly. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's good, right? Like, good players playing mediocre decks can play well and run well, especially with like Misty coin flips or stuff like that, to end up getting out ahead of things. You can find my Pocket on PC setup in this video here. I talked about the settings that I use. And then limitlesstcg.com is the website that a lot of the online tournaments are hosted on. Alright, well their EV is a lot more aggro than ours, it would seem. Let's go ahead and threaten to get a little aggressive here, huh? Is the straight fighting Mars Shadow deck better than the list with Greninja and Farfetch'd? I would say it's more consistent. You don't have the inconsistency of a stage 2, and you don't have the inconsistency of being 2 colors of energy. We played a little bit of the Greninja Mars Shadow deck, and it feels fine. Silver Oak, thank you for the 41 months. I appreciate the 3.5 years. Welcome back. Almost 3.5 years. Alright, Starmie. Can you do some stuff? Probably not. I think we're gonna be done with this deck after this game. It does not seem very good. We played Zenless for a sponsored hour yesterday. I never really played the game much past the couple of sponsored things that we did. I don't know that I have room in my life for another live service game. I've been playing a Psyduck, Golduck, Starmie, Starmie deck that also plays Farfetch'd. Yeah, that sounds like a very reasonable mix of things. Yeah, we're very, very torched here again. Go ahead and bail out. I'm taking a break from Snap right now. It just hasn't been fun, and the community's been very negative around that game. Nah, I don't play Pokemon Unite anymore. Their overall character balance left a lot to be desired, and their matchmaking queues are probably the worst matchmaking queues of any online PvP game I've ever played. Yeah, I want to try the Drudagon Mew variation for sure here. See how that feels. Do you find anything with second stage much less consistent? I mean, that's not really me finding. Objectively, decks with stage 2 Pokemon are less consistent than decks that don't lean on stage 2 Pokemon. Assembling 3 specific cards together is a pretty big ask. Let's try this. Let's try this. I think a lot of the people asking for rare candy to drop don't know what they're asking. One, I'd be kind of surprised if they ever added rare candy verbatim to the game, but I think people will be pretty disappointed with how much better Mewtwo would be if they added rare candy to this game. Yeah, I kind of hope they don't add rare candy. I think it would be bad for the game overall. For people who are familiar with Paper Pokemon TCG, rare candy is a support card that lets you skip, or it's a regular item card in Paper, lets you skip your stage 1 right to stage 2. I think people are way too focused on what rare candy would do for more casual decks like Blastoise, and less focused on what it would do to tier 1 decks like Mewtwo. I would be really surprised if they brought cards like Boss's Order to Pocket. I think lower powered version of like Boss's Order and Switch are much appreciated here. It would be really nice if you could turn off the Ralph Wiggum I'm helping AI that constantly tries to add new energies to your deck. Yeah. Very, very annoying feature. Looking for a Squirtle. There's my boy Blue. Speaking of Gardevoir, and the Mewtwo shall appear. I'm gonna put my second Drudagon out here to play around my opponent's copies of Sabrina here a little bit. Speaking of Boss's Orders. Boss's Orders, for people that don't play the paper game, is a Sabrina where you get to pick which card your opponent puts up. It's incredibly strong. Definitely think Pocket's a more interesting and tactical game without that kind of effect in it. Having decisions about when you play Pokemon out to your bench or not to play around effects like Sabrina add a lot of agency to the game, which is nice. So Misty not doing anything too crazy here, but effectively letting us steal going first by giving us 1 energy up on our opponent. Blastoise is a very strong Pokemon Pocket card when you get to just kind of curve up into it. And having a 3 energy attack is quite good in spots like this. So opponent's draw is a little bit limp, so Blastoise, along with the Leaf here, means we're just going to get to start chunking them. Is Blastoise a better Machamp? He's different Machamp, for sure. He has some parallels where he attacks for 1, 2, 3 up the curve. Honestly, one of the biggest differences between Blastoise and Machamp right now isn't even in the cards themselves, but in their supporting cast. Machamp is really good in no small part because I think Hitmonlee is one of the best cards you can be playing right now with how popular Gyarados is. So that, again, context is key and the details matter as always, so the surrounding cast is real important there. Unfortunately, if you've played Candy Crush before, you're not eligible for the promo. I'd ask that you please never try and cheat the sponsors. It's a good way to get me in trouble. So, if you haven't played Candy Crush before and you want an easy way to support what I'm doing, check them out using my link. If you've already played them before, unfortunately, won't be eligible for this promo. Whenever we do mobile game sponsors like the Candy Crush thing, it's always new people only. Is playing 2 Hitmonlee and fighting decks optimal. Now, I really think it depends on the deck. I think the number one thing people do that's a very disservice to their deck building is people try way too hard to lock themselves into hard and fast rules. Where like, I always do this or I never do this, etc. When the reality is, again, those details really matter and they change from situation to situation, so you need to reassess situation to situation. What a lovely Squirtle. You got a Drudagon to boot. Yeah, a few of the Pokemon games do Twitch drops on the regular. The TCG Live does drops, and Pokemon Unite does drops on Twitch. But hopefully, this game will do them eventually as well. It's my favorite starter Pokemon. This is the only right answer, gamers. Mewtwo matchup. Am I powering up Blastoise or am I powering up Mew? Let's see what we hit with research here, but realistically, this might be a power up Mew angle. X speed. Yeah, I think we're definitely putting the Drudagon up. I think I'm going to put another one of these out to play around a copy of Sabrina here, so that way they're forced to work their way through our dorky dragons. My number one piece of advice for people looking to play in tournaments for the first time is that you should only play a stock meta deck like Gyarados or Mewtwo or Pikachu if you really like how those decks play out. I think in general, people greatly underestimate how much enjoying or not enjoying the deck that you're playing is going to impact the results of your tournament. You need to remember that even if you're playing a good deck and playing it well, you're going to have to run a little bit hot to do well in any tournament. So if you're not having fun, it's not going to be worth your time. So you should make sure, even when you're playing tournaments competitively, that you're putting your joy in playing the game as your number one priority, because games are something you should be playing for fun. You have plenty of other things in your adult life that aren't going to be fun that you're obligated to do. Don't let your video game time be one of those things. And then this leaf ends the game on the spot. We get to put the third energy on here, we get to leaf back, we get to clear their Mewtwo, and then they're just on 0. Can you talk a little bit about Sabrina timing? When do you use it for a small advantage like avoiding Drudagon versus waiting to use it to get in a final point? It really is just one of those things where the context matters a lot, Patrick. There isn't a hard and fast shortcut answer like what you're looking for. It depends on the deck that you're playing, it depends on the deck your opponent's playing, it depends on what cards they've already gone through, what you're expecting to play around as the game goes along, etc. Alright, our Mews are going to sit here and wet noodle each other for a little bit. Hopefully this professor's research finds a Blastoise and we're good to go from there. Cards in my deck. I think I'm going to go ahead and retreat, because if we hit the Blastoise, which we're 50% to do, we get to clear the Mew next turn and win the game. Did you just shuffle my hand away after I bricked on the Blastoise? Because, like, I could have evolved into Blastoise last turn, gamer. It was offensive that people were putting red card in their deck last season. It's incredible that they're still putting red card in their deck this season after we have all these new trainers for the game. Like, I think you had enough good trainers last season to already not play red card, but now you've got mythical slabs and you've got blues on top of the Giovannis and the Leafs and the X speeds. Like, it's actually incredible how bad people are at math that this card saw any amount of play. Just truly wild. Thanks for the Blastoise opponent. This game win wouldn't be possible without you and your contribution here. Red card is a tournament card, nothing more. I think the people saying red card is a tournament card are very silly and also very wrong. I think red card is putting up results in tournaments based purely on the fact that lots of people who are bad at statistics are playing it there anyways. You're right that red card is marginally less bad inside of tournaments because it forces your opponent to play around it. But as someone who's played around a lot of red cards in a lot of tournaments, I think its impact there is super nominal as well, and you would basically always rather have another good utility card instead. There are streamers claiming red card is OP. There are definitely lots of people streaming that don't understand math. That is accurate. I'm really bad at staying on top of my dono messages. I get free subs from Pomos. Jeff gets 100 pulls at that full art Arcanine. Thank you, Ben. We'll take some pulls at Arcanine here after this match. Sorry I missed that. Thank you for your generosity. What color are they playing? Fighting? Yeah, I'll put the other Mew out. That's fine. How do you see what color they're playing? You can see their starting energy at the top by their hand, very, very slightly behind their, what's it called? Double Hitmonlee start, yep. So this is not a matchup where I want to lead Druddigon. It's gonna stay firmly in my hand. There's our Squirtle. We conveniently have our 1x speed here as well. I love the blue hearts on this Squirtle for the flare. It's so adorable. Goodest little Tortoise. Ooh, they're playing a Golem deck that's playing multiple copies of Hitmonlee. I like that a lot. I think Hitmonlee is one of the best things about... these fighting decks right now. So leaning into that makes a lot of sense. Truthberry, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Good morning, good morning. I'm going to start powering up this Mew since I don't have a War Turtle or a Blastoise in sight here. Is there any cosmetic you feel this game is missing that you'd enjoy? Why is there not a full art professor's research in this game yet? Actually offensive that it's not here yet. Yeah, full art Pokeball, full art professor's research. Why am I still waiting? For the love of God, make it happen, Dina. Opponent has unfortunately assembled their 3-card combo, and 4-card combo, and I've failed to assemble my 3-card combo, so we're probably dead here. With them having Hitmonlee to lead, I think them getting Golem together is basically the only thing that matters. We're definitely done from here. What does a Blastoise deck offer that the Gyarados EX deck does not? So the Blastoise deck has the upside of being less consistent and also letting you play the best starter from Kanto. It's a pretty big upside, really. Let's go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. Remember, if you're on the Twitch side and you want to dodge ads for the next month, you can check out our mobile game sponsor, Candy Crush Saga, to earn a free gift sub to the channel. Otherwise, we'll see you in 120 seconds. I think we're going to play something else when we get back. I think there's a good chance this deck's just bad. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I wanted to play some games to get a feel for it because I like Blastoise, but poor guy. Maybe we'll revisit it some more later, but for now, it's feeling like a deck that I wouldn't feel very good recommending because it doesn't seem like it's particularly powerful. It's probably just a mostly worse version of the Gyarados deck. As that Gary is weak to snipers from things like Hitmonlee. Yeah, but I mean, like, Squirtle and War Turtle aren't necessarily stellar in those types of things either. You're right that you're a little bit less dead, but you're still pretty poor off. I wouldn't go so far as to tell you this deck's gonna have a strong matchup into those things. Is there any Pokemon that can survive Charizard's 200 damage attack? There is not currently, but I would bet with Power Creep we'll probably get there before the end of next year. I want to play. Oh, I owe Ben booster packs. Let's see if we can rip our second Arcanine here. If we hit that, we'll play some Arcanine Mew. I like that deck a lot. It's really solid. Hey, Jeff, just wanted to say thanks for your content. I found you from Spriggle's YouTube channel. I've been watching you since you showcased your red card videos, solid content, and love your analytical videos and off-meta deck building theories. Thanks, Truthberry. I appreciate that brand new primer. It's a big part of why I'm able to do what I do. John O'Mac, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate that. All right, let's let her rip here, huh? We're gonna do 10 pulls courtesy of Ben in chat. Is there any place you can find my deck list? Yeah, I highlight deck lists most days of the week over on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel. Yes, Arcanine is in the Pikachu pack. Ooh, I think this is actually only my second Diglett 1-star. Pikachu's definitely the pack I've opened the least of from Genetic Apex. In order to share your account between an Apple and an Android device, you'll need to link your account to either your Nintendo account or a Google account. I don't believe you can log in on Android with an Apple account. My 4-year-old opened the immersive Pikachu on her free account this morning. She was very excited. Hey, Color, thank you for the 2 years of support. I appreciate the 24 months. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. EJ, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Does linking your Pokemon Trainer account work? I don't believe Pokemon Trainer account's an option. It's Nintendo account is the one that links. All right, that was 10 packs. Let's go for 20. FSG, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate you transferring a couple of buckaroos from Jeffrey Bezos to Jeffrey Hoagland. Yeah, the immersive cards are such a slick addition to the game. We are rapidly coming up upon 10,000 cards, that's for sure. Am I looking for in packs? We are ripping for a Arcanine EX, courtesy of Ben in chat. One that I'm missing my second full art copy of. Would love to have matching 2 stars. How close are we in pack points? I don't think particularly close. We're gonna check in a second, but I think I was only around 400. Wrong Arcanine game. Hey, 15th though, buddy. Thank you for the primer. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're at 500. We got 80 more packs to go here. I did promise you an Arcanine. Maybe I should have been more specific. LOL. I really hope trading will allow us to trade 2-star cards around an older set so I can complete some of these 2-ofs that I'm missing with ones that I have more than. I imagine my 3rd and 4th copy of Sabrina Full Art will be a highly desirable tradable. Yeah, I think there's a good chance I'll let 2 stars be tradable. So I actually went 1,500 packs without a super rare pack. And then in Mythic Island, I hit 2 super rare packs back to back in the same 20 pack span. It's kind of crazy. So I am now solidly above average. We're like 2,000 packs in and I have 2 of them. And they're 1 per 2,000, so hard to complain too much. I'm a card gamer, so I could still complain. Don't get me wrong, but what's the best complaint about having opened 2 God packs? I opened 2 Mythical Island God packs and still didn't open any copies of Full Art Leaf. Had to pay $200 a piece for them. My two Full Art Leafs are the most expensive cosmetics I have in any digital card game. Is there a pity timer on God packs? There is not. It's all pure random. No pity timers on anything in this game. That was 40 packs, right? Yeah, so this will be 50. Get our cardio in here. Always sit here and rip some Pokemon boosters. Did you have any thoughts on the Nidoking and Nidoqueen deck? Just not very good. I think before they added Scolipede to the game, Nidoking Weezing was alright, but Scolipede is just much better than Nidoking in that shell. Is it always better to open 10 packs at a time or singles? It's quite literally exactly the same. Great. Well, we broke 10K. 50 more packs to do. The number 10,000 brings to mind Wartortle. It is said to live 10,000 years. It's a very old turtle. It's a very old turtle, gamers. Do you have all Full Art Trainers 2X? I do not. I don't have any Lieutenant Surges, Brocks, or Ericas. But in all honesty, those are the worst of them. So I have the copies of the ones that I want to play with. I have Geo, I have Sabrina. Ooh. I actually didn't have that one. Look at that. What bike do I use? I use a bike by a company called Flexispot. They make my standing desk, my regular chair, and the bike chair that I use. This means we have to build Wiggly. I have matching versions of the other 2-star Wiggly. Is this the last genetic Apex card I was missing? I gotta be real close, yeah? Oh, I'm still missing 5? Really? Oh yeah, I guess I'm missing a bunch of Full Art Trainers, yeah? 5, 6, 7. God, there's so many. What am I missing? There's a Zapdos I'm missing. These are probably the 3 trainers. There's a few in here still. There's a Gengar I'm missing. Okay. All right, these are pack 70. There's a Moltres I'm missing as well. That's really funny considering the Moltres that I have are actually flared because I've opened so many copies of them. Definitely not a lack of Diglets after this string of packs. Just trying to be set complete. One of our folks in chat, Ben, donated us for us to rip 100 packs. We're currently looking for a second copy of... I'm not really a super completionist, but I like play sets of cards that are playable, so I'd really like a second Arcanine EX full art. I think the Arcanine Mew deck is really solid. And it hurts me to have mismatched Arcanines in it when we play. Alright. 2 more 10 pulls, gamers. Any specific Pokemon you're wanting to see represented in the next big expansion? It better be a Johto set, and we better get Umbreon, Espeon, and a Tyranitar EX. Hey, thanks, Nate. It's important to acknowledge that my physical transformation isn't largely related to the bike. Weight loss. Exercise will help you feel better, help you feel more fit, but the key to the weight loss is just eating better and eating correctly. I'm down about 55 pounds this year, and that's purely due to dietary changes. Just gotta stop overeating. Big true. Anybody that tells you the secret to weight loss is anything other than better diet is trying to sell you something. Be skeptical. Man, I'm gonna be honest, chat. Part of the reason why we try Blastoise so often on this stream is because this is my 4th copy of this 2-star, so we're gonna have to flare. We're gonna have to flare my second one for sure, and we'll end up playing more Blastoise today. I said we were gonna be done with Blastoise, but we might play a few more now. I'm gonna flare him up and get to go. Save it for trading? No, I already flared one of them. We're gonna flare the second one. Did you only eat less, or are you also more nutrition focused? Nah, I just changed my calorie intake. Classic variants, two immersives in my packs that didn't find the 2-star I actually wanted. So many Pikas. Hey, do you keep track of calories in and calories out? I actually never got to the point where I was formally tracking calories with my diet. I simply made a point to... I simply made a point to eat more healthy portion sizes. Going out to restaurants and not eating the entire restaurant portion, not going back for seconds when we cook food at home. Stuff like that. I'm also someone who's very good with numbers though, so like I can eyeball and like take a look at like how many calories are in a package and then know, oh, okay, I could probably not eat as much of this, so it's higher calorie. Yeah, the big thing that'll do it for a lot of people too is you need to stop drinking calories. It's so easy to get a soda or a Starbucks and then double your calorie intake in a day with just garbage sugar. Yeah, it's not uncommon for an American restaurant to give you like 2,000 calories in a single meal. AK man with the $20 tip, can we open 20 more? I think we can open 20 more. Pokemon's gonna cut us off soon. There's actually a cap on how many packs you can open in a day. Let's see. I think we've got 20 more. You heard it. The noise is often just 1 stars, unfortunately. Jeff, write me down. You're missing full art trainers. I have 4 of them all for you. Erica, Brock, and Lieutenant Surge. Jace. You can eat whatever you want if you work out. That's really not true. Working out burns far fewer calories than you'd expect. Speaking of full art trainers, that's our 3rd Misty. Trading is coming in January. I don't expect that we'll get any news other than that until it actually launches. Yeah, full art Misty will be good trade fodder like full art Sabrina. You're just wrong, dude. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and ban you. This isn't a Republican safe space. You don't just get to make up lies and not have repercussions here. The idea that exercise easily offsets the amount of calories you're eating is just utter nonsense. Check your points. We're nowhere near at enough points. They just run 30 miles a day. Yeah, maybe. So, what's Google say? Calories burned running a mile. In general, it depends on your weight, but on average, you're going to expect to burn 100 to 150 calories running a mile. Running a mile takes a little while, gamers. Now what's 32? What's a 16-ounce Coke? 16-ounce Coke calories. A 16-ounce Coke has 190 calories in it. So you gotta run a mile, 1.25 miles to work off one 16-ounce soda, and that's just to come out exactly even. All right, so we're about 50 packs off of having enough pack points. Look at enough pack points for the Arcanine before the new set drops. Even if you're incredibly fast, that's not less than 10 minutes. Yeah, and even if you are fast, you're not going to sustain that high speed for all of it, right? Like, you can't just constantly run lots of 10-minute miles. You need breaks in between. Yeah, a 7 to 10 minute mile is relatively difficult, and you're not going to be able to do that endlessly. All right, we're going to play a couple more Blastoise games, because we got Flare on our second 2-star Blastoise. Our tournament starts in about an hour. Is check-in open yet? Check-in starts in 23 minutes. Is not the Squirtle I wanted for Christmas. Looking for a Squirtle or a Mew here. Perfection. We'll slide out the second Drudagon here just to play around a copy of Sabrina so they can't drag our boy Blue up. And I'm going to go ahead and leave this other Squirtle in my hand because I'd like this last bench slot to be a Mew EX ideally. Any advice for us stock market investors? Yes, stop asking random people on twitch.tv for specialized advice on things. Random talking head on the internet is not someone you should get your investment advice from. Anybody telling you they can help you with investment advice, but isn't just taking that advice for themselves, is probably selling you something and trying to grift you. People who actually know what's what are keeping those details to themselves to make themselves money. They're not helping you. Hey, Zen Snow, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. The literal only investment advice I'm going to give you on stream is if you are someone who has a salary range that allows you to do so, you should put money into a Roth IRA for your retirement every single year. If you are in a financial position to do that, that's a great thing to be doing. I think I'm just building towards Blastoise. Mew's only okay into Celebi. We have a couple of turns before they clear through our Druddigons. Yes, if you work for a big corporation that has a 401k match, you should put in enough to get their 401k match maximum. Lord Francisco, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Nando Loop, thank you for the entire year. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Ben, did you say 50 pack points off? I said $50 worth of pack points, but yeah, I don't think we can open that many packs today, so we'll max out, but I think we're gonna have to wait a day, unfortunately. Rewarded for building our boy Blue up here, and then this game is very over with this copy of Leaf, huh? My number one gaming-related investment advice, because I hear this a lot in the gaming space, is that you need to not think about games like Pokemon Pocket or Marvel Snap or Hearthstone or others as investments. Any money you're spending on a game like Pokemon Pocket is not an investment. It's you setting money on fire for your entertainment purposes, which is fine. If you're someone that's in the position to have money that you can enjoy spending on a hobby, like, go nuts, have fun. But don't frame any money you put into games anywhere as an investment. It is money that you are spending to find enjoyment. Yes, very comparable to buying a movie ticket. Is the correct frame of mind to approach it from. Our lovely flared boy here. My wife gets mad if I spend money on games. It sounds like that's a relationship thing you need to work out with you and your wife, and how much entertainment money you have in your budget month to month. Personally, I think a lot of the lenses through which people view games like this is very silly. You'll often hear people talk about how they'd never spend money on a mobile game when they could like buy a AAA game with a similar price point. And it's like, well, you'll happily buy a AAA game that you'll play for like 20 or maybe 30 hours if you're lucky, and then never touch again. And you'll spend $70 on that, but like you'll put hundreds of hours into a game like Pokemon Pocket and think you shouldn't spend money on it. I don't know. I'm a pretty big advocate of spend your money where you spend your time. If I have, 50 or $100 in a month to spend on things that bring me joy and are entertainment focused, and most of my entertainment a month comes from Pokemon Pocket, there's no reason why I can't spend money on it. Just classic. Two Misties in 20 packs. Hey, I hope mom and baby are doing well, Nubify. Congrats on your new little one. All right, they're cutting us off, Ben. All right, Ben, with your donation, we should have enough pack points to rip through and get ourselves a full art Arcanine next stream. I don't think I'm gonna be live over the weekend, but we'll definitely rip on Monday and get ourselves to an Arcanine. When's the tournament? The tournament starts in about 45 minutes. I think we're gonna dork around with Blastoise till then, since we ripped a cosmetic for it at this point. The Candy Crush sponsor will run for about a month, Asui. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't rip any Brocks. I don't have any of him. We're going second against a grass stack. Yeah, I'll put second Drudicon out against a grass stack. One Squirtle, one Mew. Are emulators safe regarding our Google account information? I am not going to take personal accountability for if you install an emulator and you have issues with it, no. I personally have used lots of emulators, lots of different times over the years and never had a problem with it, but that doesn't mean they're always all guaranteed safe. That's not how this works. I don't currently have any plans to play Marvel Snap again in the short term. Soonest I intend to play Snap again is when their next round of Twitch drops happens. We might poke back in. We'll see, though. Hey, Corthian, thank you for the 77 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Yeah, make sure you have two-factor on your Google account if you're really worried about its safety. It's the #1 thing you can be doing. I'm currently using LD Player for Pokemon Pocket. It's had the most consistent performance results for me personally. I don't know how Celebi ever beats us from here. Yes, I guess there's a world where we brick on the Blastoise for forever, but there's only 7 cards in my deck. So once Blastoise gets going, I guess they could, like, shuffle the Celebi around and then put something else up. Hello, toddler girl. I do have 2 Drudicons together.
That makes 2 families of them.
2 families of Drudicons? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's in the same thing, maybe.
I think I'm putting 1 more energy on here. It could be right to start building the Mew, though. But putting 1 more on here tees us up with Blastoise for next turn. I love you too, toddler girl.
Taller than this chair.
I am taller than the chair, that's right.
Well, you're taller than this chair, by the way. But you're not taller than this chair.
Not surprised to see them leafing this out. The concern here is they get to the superior, and then they're going to power this up to one-shot my Blastoise in a go. Is their line to win this from here. A little bit of an unfortunate hedge. Hopefully we hit the 1 and 3 to find Blastoise here. It's pretty important that we take a knockout point this turn so they don't have time to put a ton of energies on that Celebi. They're already going to have 4 as is, which puts us behind. Yeah, I think on average we're dead here, unfortunately. My toddler loves spinning. Yeah, even if we find the Blastoise at this point, we're gonna need them to be incredibly unfortunate.
What?
For any Blastoise, that we're gonna need Celebi to brick a whole bunch.
Oh. Daddy, daddy. Daddy, daddy. We both got Squirtles. Squirtle.
Do we both have Squirtles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we both have Squirtles?
Yep, and this is War Turtle. That's what Squirtle evolves into.
Whoa, daddy. They got 3 of those. Did you look?
I'm a card.
Yeah, I think you're a card. What card, daddy? You are a card. 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 Daddy is allergic to cards. You cards are his cards. You cards are his thing. Play cards or what that suits, and that makes that sick. Yeah, daddy, 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 daddy.
So, even if we find Blastoise at this point, our opponent is gonna flip 10 coins and only need 4 heads to clear War Turtle out.
Daddy, you're Squirtle.
We found the big Blastoise.
You're Squirtle.
Alright, so there's the Bazooka, and then we're gonna need them to flip 3 out of 7, so probably Torch Tier. Bazooka.
Daddy, what 2 points?
I did get 2 points, you're right. I think the opponent's about to get their last point. We're gonna lose. Everybody loses sometimes.
Can you play again if you
We will play again, yep. We'll play again if we win or lose.
Oh. Daddy, who's playing with you? I can't see who you're playing with.
Well, you don't get to see your opponent's face. You're just playing with their cards. Sabrina here means we need a 2 out of 10. Very
Daddy,
unlikely.
Can I zero you? I zeroing. Let's zero. Whoa, Daddy, look at all those ones.
That's so many coins.
Yeah, they got so many coins. Or did you get so many coins?
All right. As much as it pains me to do, that's okay. It's not a big deal. Hey, mommy's gonna take you to do art here soon. Why don't you go eat some food before you do that? Okay.
I'm not hungry.
No, you should eat now because you're not gonna be able to eat while you're out doing art with mommy. Okay.
I'm not gonna be hungry.
You are. I've met you. Yeah. All right. As much as it pains me to say, chat, I'm gonna delete this deck, and we're gonna play something else for the last half hour before the tournament pops. We're gonna run some ads in the meantime. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere.
Or you can, when you win, can you play for until I get back?
I'm gonna keep playing until you get back. Yep.
Oh, that's
Do your decks get uploaded anywhere? The decks that I like get highlights on the YouTube channel.
get back, okay?
Okay.
Never stop till I get
Never stop. Deal.
Never-
I'm gonna be here.
Never stop till I get back.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you to stop trying. Because I don't want you to stop
We'll do a little bit of this.
until...
That's the best parrot line ever. I know. I've met you. Yep.
Chat, you got to stay. Forever.
Chat, you're not allowed to leave. She just said you have to stay forever. I don't make the rules. Just, you know.
Is chat just your card, your guppy?
Is chat just on my computer? There are other people at home watching on their computers. Like, you know how Daddy watches people play cards sometimes? Other people are watching Daddy play cards.
That is good. I'm standing on the chair, but I'm not falling.
Yeah. Gotta be very careful while you stand on the chair.
Only little kids know how to stand on the chair.
That's true. Your daddy would fall on his bottom if he tried to stand on the chair.
Well, I won't because I know how to stand on chair.
Yeah.
I'm as tall as you.
Yep.
Dad is so high, so he's small.
All right, 30 more seconds ads. Then we're gonna stand up. I go. Time to be done pedaling.
You're just gonna stand up.
Yep.
But but make sure you let me have this chair here because I want to see how high you are.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not how high you are. You're taller than me. Because I'm smaller.
Do you have any thoughts on Victory Bell with the new Pokeflute and Mew? I think both.
Daddy.
What's for? I think both Leaf and Mew are great pickups for the Victory Bell deck. I'm skeptical that Pokeflute is worthwhile.
Better spin this chair so I can
It's so difficult to fit miscellaneous utility cards into decks playing Stage 2 Pokemon, because Stage 2 Pokemon take up so many slots.
That's so high.
So I can stand. Blue Ascension, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Usual Delusional, thanks for the 2 years. Kurik the Slayer, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. It is a little bit taller than you, you're right. Do you play chess and what's your yellow? I do not. You want to be in the camera?
Yeah.
There you go, you're in the camera now.
You don't want to be in the camera. Hey, why are you touching the chair?
Dragonite with fire energy here, so almost assuredly Drudagon included here. Rand the Mad, thank you for the 3 months in advance. I plan to be here. Thanks for keeping me around. All right, we have all of our evolutions teed up here, which is nice. Get to go ahead and flap. You're allowed to hang out, Haley girl, but I need you to not chant, okay? No chanting's the rule.
Okay. But can I just talk to you if I want to?
You can talk if you have something to say, just no chanting.
Okay. Daddy.
Yes, Haley.
I want to do something when I get back.
We can hang out tonight after I'm done working, okay?
That's why I want you to stay until I get back.
Okay. So this is at 100 HP, and we take.
Tell you until I get back, so my dad can see it.
So rough skin here means that we really don't want to be attacking this turn because our Pidgeot EX is going to deal 100 extra anyway, so might as well avoid taking a hit here. The opponent is forever away from attacking with this, so I think we're probably pretty done here.
Daddy, I know all about dinosaurs.
Do you know all about dinosaurs?
Everything.
I, for one, am completely shocked that they managed to put red card in their deck, and then it gave me back the card that I wanted to play. That means they can't win the game anymore. What a surprising turn of events that nobody except everyone with basic statistical understanding could have predicted. Mostly because I'm trying to keep my hand near you so you don't fall off the chair. I'm really enjoying either Machamp, Aerodactyl EX. I've got a surprising amount of concedes to Aerodactyl. Yeah, that's the deck I'm actually going to play in the tournament today. I think the Machamp Aerodactyl deck is quite reasonable. Like that core a lot.
going the same way, and same way. Hey, you a chill.
Thanks for the red card, opponent.
Hey, you a chill. Hey, you a chill. Daddy, why aren't you gonna sit in your new
Cool. Click the wrong button.
Are you not sitting right now?
Because I like to stand for a little bit, because I was sitting while I pedaled. And your daddy's old, so if he sits for too long, his back hurts.
Oh, that's why you like to stand for a little bit?
If you haven't seen the Machamp deck that I mentioned we're going to be playing in the tournament today, means you missed yesterday's highlight.
My back only hurts because...
We post a lot of off-meta decks on the Hooglandia Pocket channel.
Only hurts because Cassius wrote something that yesterday in a long time. But that was in a long time. I'm not in the camera.
So we're going first here, so if they don't have a way to... I guess they can just leap it out. We'll say if they don't leap it out, this cleans it out. So I think we're evolving and cracking them here. I guess I could leaf to the Wheezing. Do I want to leaf to the Wheezing and crack them here? Staryu dies. Staryu only takes 40 here, actually. So not quite dead. It puts the most pressure on them if they don't have the Starmie right away, though, which is nice. No, with the second Pidgeot in hand, I should have played the Pidgeot. Definitely the case here. Playing the Vaporeon version of Gyarados. This build, a lot less popular, but also had a few handful of results so far. This build is less all-in on the Gyarados, so it's better against things like Hitmonlee is noteworthy. Can you tell me when I should be playing Kangaskhan instead of Druddigon? I think most of the time you're just better off playing Druddigon. I feel like the only time I would play Kangaskhan after this latest expansion is when I felt like I wanted a third copy of Druddigon in my deck. But even then, I think it's tough to decide when I want that extra copy of a Druddigon style effect. I wouldn't rather just have Tauros to occasionally attack with as a big attacker. It definitely feels like Kanga got power crept a little bit with this release. Them putting an energy on here instead of just building straight for the Gyarados seems real good for us. Yeah, playing an extra copy of like Mew EX as another early tank also has a lot of value too. That early Pokemon that can take hits for you, that slot really diversified with this expansion. All right, Misty, don't hit two heads. I need a turn to get my Pidgeot set up. To be fair, they didn't hit 3 heads. That's true, you know. I mean, we're technically not just dead, right? No, we are, because I haven't got a knockout point yet. I can put the Pidgeot up and hit them twice, but they're going to finish me with whatever they have in the back afterwards. I'm done here. Sometimes you're just going to lose games in TCGs. That's how it works. Just got to shrug and move on to the next one. Why not evolve the Pidgeot now? Because it doesn't matter. There's no reason to. If your opponent's going to play red card while you have 2 cards in your hand, you're going to win that game most of the time. There's no reason to play around that. Let's pull. Thoughts on which Coughings? I think I like the new one better, but it's close. I think old Coughing's probably better against Mewtwo, because it deals 40 for 1, but the ability to have, the ability to get your second one is really strong. Koga's a card that's a lot stronger when you have 2 copies of Coughing, because you can re-evolve back to Weezing right away. I would be incredibly surprised if the 6 Fossil Gyarados deck puts up any consistent results ever. I would expect that it's a gimmick that probably got a lot of clicks on a YouTube video and probably is not very good. What are your thoughts on Florges? I think Florges is one of the many Stage 2 cards in Pokemon Pocket that just doesn't quite have a consistent enough payoff for how inconsistent Stage 2 Pokemon tend to be. I would be very surprised if the new Raichu is good. What's going on, Privy? Good morning. Yeah, TCG jargon definitely lays on thick pretty periodically. We're just charging up for a big boy here on the back. Drive off doesn't really accomplish anything here. Opagaz, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. That direct support is a big part of why this is able to be my job. Thanks for keeping me around. Is the Machamp deck consistent enough for entering a tournament? I'm going to play it in a tournament this morning, so we'll see how that goes. I like that core a lot. Are tournaments free to enter? Most of them are. Looking for a Koga for next turn to reset this. Nice. I'm gonna go ahead and play this out now to play around a red card. I guess Giovanni could technically get us here, huh? If they don't have Giovanni, we're in a pretty good spot. Is there a site for tournaments? Yeah, most of them are on Limitless TCG. Can find the pocket stuff on there. Some of the best things to pair with Alakazam are cards like Drudagon or Mew EX or Kangaskhan or Tauros that have high HP to start with, so that way they can take some hits while you assemble your slower Stage 2 Pokemon. Magnets on here, yep. That's pretty good. I think we just quack them next turn, yeah? We wanna try and play around them being able to delete our Pidgeot with a Raichu. Something kind of scary. I've not played the BM Greninja deck yet. Well, maybe I think we'll take a crack at that between rounds today is my plan. Want to play this one and that one. Yes, Raichu does at least need Giovanni to clear Pidgeot EX, so they can't Surge and Geo in the same turn at least. If you're not familiar with the BM Greninja deck I'm talking about right now, that means you missed my meta roundup last week. You should make sure to check that out. I not only talk about what are the top performing decks, but I also go through and cover off meta decks like BM Greninja that had performances in tournaments in the past week. It's easily the best source of competitive and interesting deck lists in Pokemon Pocket you're going to find on the internet every single week. Pidgeot EX having 170 HP pool is so hefty. The fact that we don't have to worry about Raichu here is incredible. They're playing new bad Raichu. Yikes. Alright, we're very done here. Do they have double potion? Does that get us? Good, I suppose. Okay, we're done. Even if they had double potion, they're not clearing the 90 next turn either, I don't think. I guess they could have had a... They could have had a, what's it called, maybe? A Giovanni, but we're just done here. Someone said, I noticed there are 30 cards in the deck editor spots. Do you think they'll eventually make the deck sizes larger? No, not at all. I think there's just more slots available in the deck editor, so that way you can, like, visualize what cards you might want in a deck while you work on which cards you want to cut to get down to 20. I'd be absolutely shocked if they ever adjusted the deck sizes in this game. I assume Magikarp is leaping out here. Weezing clears through this Lapras relatively quickly, though, which is nice. Hey, Governor. Thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Is 50% to be a Pidgey for us. Nice. Weezing effectively does 50 per cycle. 20 back and forth on the poison, and then 30 on a tackle, so 2 turns to clear through this Lapras if they don't have a potion. There's been a few Pidgeot cores that have been putting up okay results. Both these Weezing variations and Druddigon don't have super high play rates inside of tournaments, but they have decent success for the small number of people that are playing them. A lot of like 5-2 and 6-3 type finishes. I don't think anybody's spiked fully with them yet and like won the whole thing, but pretty consistent results. No problem. I usually watch on YouTube, but I figured I'd hop over to Twitch to give the Prime. Thanks, Governor. Yeah, anytime you can click over once a month through that, takes a couple of bucks from Jeff Bezos and sends it to me. It's a big part of what lets this be my income. It's for taking the time. We're already Pidgeot EX here, ASAP, huh? Minty Snakey, thank you for that brand new primer. Welcome, welcome. Is there much depth to this game? I think there's a ton of depth to this game. I think this game does a really good job, similar to Marvel Snap, of having the basic game rules be very easy to pick up. But there's a lot of strategy in it once you know the basics. They have a copy of Leaf here. No, they already played Misty, right? So the Lapras is going down. Natterjack, thank you for the 77 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, they just put the Gyarados up. Well, that's good for me. Spring a Leak here. What's our best possible? We want to draw Weezing next turn into Pidgeot EX the following turn. And then we'd be good to go. I guess even just drawing Pidgeot EX next turn is fine, because we survive a hit from Gyarados with that. 10 cards in my deck. Hey, Pizza, thanks for the 23 months. Welcome back. We're gonna die to copy a Sabrina here, unfortunately. But if they don't have it, we get another draw at Pidgeot to win the game. Yes, the new Genshin mini event is very comparable to TFT. It was a lot of fun. I liked it. Am I crazy, or is that Pidgeot EX in your hand, or am I misunderstanding something? This is a baby Pidgeot in my hand. So yes, you are misunderstanding. There's our lad. Yeah, unfortunately, for Genshin mini events, you have to be pretty far into the game to play them. Even if they retreat here, they're not going to be marking any damage on my EX, so they're probably very dead, yeah. I assume the opponent's on no outs at this point. We already have a knockout point, so the Scattering Cyclone picks us up 2 more cleanly here. All right, we're going to take our ad break a little bit early because my wife just messaged me and said the new workout bench I ordered is on my porch and she can't pick it up without hurting herself. And it's currently raining, so I'm going to roll the ads and step away for a minute so I can go drag that in the house real quick. The tournament starts in about 9 minutes, so we'll probably be able to squeeze in one more game with this in the queue before the tournament starts with Machamp. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. The more I'm playing this deck, the less appealing the non-EX Pidgeot has been. We'll have to play a few more, but there's a real chance we just cut this for the Poke-Flute. All checked in for my tournament. It starts in a little bit. Yeah, the Machamp deck I'll be playing in the tournament today is 1 card off of the highlight I posted yesterday. Hot Carl, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. The Marshadow anti-meta deck has been amazing. Yeah, I like that one a lot, Mock Shark. I'm going to play that in Ursi's tournament tomorrow is the plan. I think Victory Bell, Pidgeot EX could be a good deck. I'd be really surprised if that was the case. I think playing 2 Stage 2 simultaneously is pretty inconsistent. This is a hand where new Coughing having Division looks really, really good for us. Being able to fish our second up to go with this Wheezing is great. JK, LOL. full Pidgey sounds lovely. I'm gonna skip playing this Pokeball for the time being because I don't want a Pokeball into the coughing I'm gonna Division for here. What do you think of Salazzle? I've been really unimpressed with Salazzle so far. I'd be kind of surprised if it was a competitive card. Yeah, Red Guard took away our Weezings here, but it gave us a full Pidgeot evolution line, which is kind of nice. Someone asked, what is the purpose of Farfetch'd in this deck? Farfetch'd is an efficient early attacker that puts up plenty of damage for a minimal energy cost. It's also only a single knockout point Pokemon. So in an ideal world, you force your opponent to knock out 2 single knockout point Pokemon in this deck, and then you finish on your more powerful EX Pokemon at the top. If they put a second bench Pokemon out here, Pidgeot EX will clear this Pikachu in a single blow. And they need a second bench Pokemon to clear this coughing, so they're kind of incentivized to do it. Pidgeot EX, for those not familiar, does 80 plus 20 more for each bench Pokemon our opponent has. Alright, 2 Weezings and 10 cards. Let's take some draws here, gamers. Nice. So I think we go ahead and just do this. I need to attach my energy before I attack. They're gonna attempt to high roll us with Zapdos then, is the plan here. Will probably be a retreat to Weezing angle if we survive. Put some damage on. Yeah, need 3 out of 4 coins to get us. That'll do, pig. That'll do. So I get to do this. You get to put an energy on Weezing. You get to start working up, or sorry, switch to Weezing. I can put an energy on it. You start working up to another Pidgeot. Oh my goodness. This does 140, yeah? People saying BM, I'm just not paying attention. I'm responding to a comment in chat. Yeah. I missed it. That's fine. It won't matter. Yes, the Mars Shadow deck we've been talking about, Devil, is the one from the tournament video. It's fine. They can't win the game. In my brain, I was only dealing 120 because they were bad and played a bench Pokemon out. I'd be very surprised if Pocket ever had a stream overlay like Marvel Snap. Generally speaking, games that are mobile only don't expose the types of game files you need to have access to stuff like that. Alright, we'll clean them out now. That was just a mental shortcut issue. In my mind, I had Scattered Cyclone dealing 120 damage because there wasn't really a reason for them to play out another bench Pokemon, and then they ended up playing out a bench Pokemon, which was a mistake for them, and then I didn't recalibrate what my Scattering Cyclone was doing in my autopilot after they made the mistake. You see the Aerodactyl Machamp EX deck? Yeah, you can check it out on my YouTube channel, or you can wait a few minutes for the tournament to start. If you haven't seen the Machamp Aerodactyl deck, we highlighted it yesterday. So I plan to stream my games tomorrow. No, I won't be live on Saturday. It's not a day when I typically stream. The stakes for Ursi's tournament are also a little bit higher than these weekday tournaments, so there's a higher probability that people are going to screen peek or whatever if I was live streaming it. And streaming on a delay is really bad content, so I'd rather just record off stream and post it after the fact. You absolutely should not ever spend your pack points to craft any cards ever. Every deck is always bad. The optimal thing to do with your pack points is sit on them like a dragon. Apparently they extended check-in for this tournament for another little bit. Yeah, I don't know if I like this build. I probably need to give up at least the non-EX Pidgeot for a copy of Flute. I only have one Giovanni. That swap at least. Pidgeot EX is one of those cards though that's had a few consistent results, but hasn't spiked anything yet. I wouldn't be surprised if this core is reasonable once the details get figured out, but getting the details figured out is definitely not free. There's a build playing Drudagon as well. And the appeal to playing Drudagon in this deck is because Pidgeot is colorless, you can actually attack with the Drudagon occasionally, which is nice. Without the old Pidgeot, do we want a Sabrina? I mean, if I'm cutting the old Pidgeot for a Sabrina, I'd rather just play the old Pidgeot. The reason to cut it would be to play the other thing. Full art Farfetch'd when? Asking the real questions. I wish there was an easy option to clone these decks. Right, we have our round 1 opponent for the tournament. We're playing against Mewtwo, it looks like. our tournament's getting ready to start right now. We'll be mostly ignoring chat while we play the tournament matches, because contrary to popular belief, you are not a competitive advantage. It's like we got 109 matches paired for the tournament. It's a little over 200 players. Ashen, thank you for the brand new Prime sub. Appreciate that. Our opponent's playing relatively stock Mewtwo Gardevoir, 1 Mew EX as a 5th basic, 2 Slab, 2 X speed, with singleton utility cards being 1 Sabrina, 1 Leaf, 1 red card. Notable that there are no copies of Giovanni in the opponent's deck. We have first energy advantage here, which is pretty good for us. With having a copy of Machamp already in my hand, I'm going to decline playing Professor's Research on one here because I don't want to get red carded out of the extra cards. See where they put their energy here. They want to invest in the active one or go to the back one. They do have 1 copy of Leaf to pull this active Mewtwo out, potentially. There's the red card we played around by not playing our Professor's Research. We drew our copy of Machamp here, which is nice. There's a copy of Old Amber to go with our Aerodactyl as well, looking clean. Copies of Machamp and 2 copies of Research and 14 cards here. See if the opponent has their Gardevoir on curve or not. They do. A little bit of trouble here if we don't draw Machamp next turn. Opponent having their Gardevoir on curve is a pretty big deal. I think that's probably the game. Most of what matters in these games is who gets their stage 2 first. Switch this out, but I think rating is on the wall at this point. This is 7 games in a row in tournaments against Mewtwo opponents where my opponent played Gardevoir on the earliest possible turn. Comes the beach sometimes, gamers. And unfortunately, Aerodactyl does not survive a hit here. Whenever people talk about, do you think they'll add rare candy to the game? I think they are always severely underestimating how good rare candy would make Mewtwo as a deck. It's incredibly powerful. Aerodactyl's inability to survive a hit from Mewtwo here should mean we're dead. think we had any player agency in this game. I'm trying to think through other places I had decision points, but I don't think we really had any that mattered. Let's go ahead and move on to our next game. Yeah, I only play in tournaments that are best of 3. Didn't you have 2 turns? So one of the best things you can understand to get better at games like Pokemon Pocket is understanding when your deck has lines to win the game. So we were at a point in that game where I no longer had any sequences that allowed me to beat what my opponent had unless they like disconnected. So people saying, WTF Jeff, they couldn't attack with the Mewtwo the next turn. You're right. They couldn't attack with the Mewtwo the next turn, but I could not kill the Mewtwo, and they only needed 1 more knockout point to win the game. We were in garbage time. There was no sequence of draws in my deck that allowed me to beat my opponent from that position. And I know that there's like this really weird / silly notion that like you should literally never retreat until your opponent actually takes all your points out, but like these tournaments really aren't quite that serious. And I'm not going to sit here and waste my time and the time of everybody watching hoping that my opponent disconnects or misclicks. Not really interested in winning tournament games because my opponent had some kind of technical clicking issue. Doesn't seem particularly fun or interesting. Its energy here, evolve the Machoke here. And we'll hope to pull Leaf. Is the plan. One of the big things that experienced Pokemon Pocket players are unable to do is they don't understand how to think multiple turns ahead in this game. Pokemon Pocket is very chess adjacent, and that one of the things you need to be doing to get better at the game is to constantly think about, okay, what do the next 2 to 3 turns play out as on average, and what do I need to draw or do in order to be in a position to win the game? So that last game where I left, there were no sequence of draws or plays for me that resulted in me winning the game other than my opponent disconnecting. So I left because that was a game that was no longer worth playing. Our draw would have been very good with first energy advantage. If they have Gardevoir as early as possible again here, we're going to be in trouble again. We need them to just not have Gardevoir at the earliest possible opportunity for once in our life. I actually need them to brick on it for 2 turns, yeah? This next turn would also let them blast us with the Mewtwo. We're X-speeded, debating on where they want to retreat to now. I wonder what this pause means they don't have the Gardevoir, because if they don't have Gardevoir, they're hesitant to put the Mewtwo up because the Mewtwo is losing the race to Aerodactyl EX here. What an X meeting and then thinking better of it. I'm gonna leave this at Machoke for now because I have this to play around Sabrina as is, and I might want the flexibility to use Strength to attack for 2 next turn. We'll see. It probably doesn't matter. I guess if they red card me and I don't redraw the Machamp, I could be sad, but there's some flexibility in being able to Strength. Need them to not have Gardevoir again here. I think it's just this. No, this just means I die, right? I tanked it and came to the wrong play. We're just dead. I could have retreated to the Aerodactyl and then they clear it, and then I have a... Yeah. Yeah, this is lost. I needed to switch to the Aerodactyl and hit them with Giovanni, and then top deck second Giovanni to clear them with the Machoke. This doesn't matter. I'm dead regardless. Basically, all the tournaments I play in are Swiss best of 3 with what's it called? I guess with the Leaf drawn, putting the Aerodactyl up and using the Giovanni also wouldn't have mattered, huh? I wouldn't have top decked it anyways. We're just in. GG's to our opponent. Yeah, they played well with their B2 deck. B2 deck's very good. Gardevoir is very strong. It's a shame we keep queuing into so much Mewtwo in these tournaments because it's only 10% of the field in the one we played yesterday and the one we played today. Unfortunate. How many rounds of Swiss? There's 200 people in this event, so I think that's 8 rounds or 9 rounds. Ninja as quickly as possible here is quite good. I'll chill on the Jinx for now. I'm gonna put our first energy on the Storko for sure. The previous tournament game that we played, I did not take the line that gave me the best chance to win, but I also was guaranteed dead given the opponent top decked the Leaf, so it ultimately did not matter. But sure, unless you're playing a deck that's a full-on hard counter to the Mewtwo deck, a lot of the time, if they have their Gardevoir on curve, you're just going to lose the game. They're an incredibly linear deck that you have to be structured very specifically to beat or accept that you're just going to die when they draw relatively above average. Which is kind of how it goes. Oh yeah, and they flip 2 heads on Misty. Onward, upwards, backwards, forwards. Jack some gamers here. Although this card, oddly enough, is better when going first, yeah? You wanna attach your energy and evolve right away? For people who aren't familiar with how tournaments work, tournaments have an incredible amount of downtime in them. That's why in the past I haven't streamed them. So my tournament round is done. There are 22 minutes until the next round starts. So for today, when I am playing the Machamp deck, you'll know we're in the tournament. And when I'm playing other decks, you can know I'm between rounds, just like the title says. It's funny, because I haven't played bench Pokemon, I actually do less if I evolve into this, so I guess we'll keep headbutting. As the tournament one deck only. Yeah, I only play in single deck tournaments. I think multi-deck tournaments are pretty unfun for me personally. As someone who enjoys trying to build and play off-meta decks, it's very difficult to build multiple competitive off-meta decks. I definitely think tournament rounds are too long in average in Pokemon Pocket tournaments. I'm actually planning to venture into running some of my own tournaments starting next year, and when we do, we are going to be more aggressive with the round timer. So Jinx does 30 plus 20 more for each energy. So if they put a third energy on here, the Jinx actually clears it out. I completely agree that the Mewtwo deck is one of the most boring decks in the game, and I think the game is better when decks like Pikachu are the best deck in the format. Decks that care about retreating as opposed to just setting up one big cannon and blasting it 3 or 4 times over the course of a set are far more exciting to play with and against. There's more actual decisions. In fact, the primary reason I haven't run tournaments yet is that I want there to be more cards in this game, because I know I personally would not have fun broadcasting a tournament doing commentary over a bunch of Mewtwo mirror matches. So, I think my plan is to run my first tournament on the channel after the next expansion releases. The card pool will be big enough at that point, I think, that we'll have more deck variety. The problem for time is check-in installing. A game started 15 minutes late because the enemy wasted time. Yeah, I mean, that all could account to. Like, I think 5 minutes of check-in is probably too long as well. I think you should actively punish people who aren't paying attention and checking in aggressively. Well, Giovanni here means we knocked the Meowth out with the Mind Jack. Sounds lovely. The next set's supposed to release at the end of January. You're sounding a little defensive there about your deck of choice, little Wolverine. Saying that the Mewtwo deck is boring and very linear is just objectively true. No one said the deck is skillless, or that people are playing it poorly, or that bad players are playing Mewtwo like you're implying, like I said. I'm simply pointing out the objective truth that the gameplay is super, super linear and tends to be rather dry, and that casting mirror matches of really dry linear decks isn't particularly fun in card games, in my opinion. So it's fine if you enjoy it, and I'm happy for you if you're playing it well, but it is far less interesting than the gameplay of decks like Pikachu EX or like the Mars Shadow Duck deck I was playing. That's a lot more dynamic. I think I could probably write a Python script to play the Mewtwo deck 95% optimally. And I think that's what's probably that's what makes it not very interesting. Yeah, and it's perfectly okay to like straightforward decks. It's just casting mirror matches of straightforward decks isn't fun in my experience. I'm not here to yuck your yum or tell you what you should or shouldn't like. Do you have a recent Executor deck that you like? I think Executor goes reasonable in a few things. I like it with Greninja. I like it with Victory Bell. It's a good lead in most grass decks in general. Yeah, Celebi Superior is another deck. Celebi Superior is basically a grass coin flip version of Mewtwo. Charizard follows that same template as well. Celebi, Mewtwo, and Charizard are all very, very similar decks in terms of how they play out. Born and Damien. Is Alakazam playable? I don't believe so. I think it lacks a good secondary attacker, and being all in on Alakazam is a little bit too frail. Speaking of eggs, our start here is real awkward. Don't know that we're gonna be able to squeeze out of this one without more basics. Which is sad, because this deck's playing a lot of basic Pokemon. That's a scary Giovanni. Everybody clench. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. Alright, where is my BHM gamers? I should try Executor Greninja again. Maybe we'll cook that up after this game. Alakazam's a fan favorite, and I do enjoy him. You play Mew as a decent extra basic as well. That might be solid. The Gyarados Druddigon deck follows a little bit of a different template than the Celebi Mewtwo deck, but it's also pretty linear. And it's a Misty Cheese deck at its core. The Alakazam Mew deck is not that bad. I mean, it has no results. And there's been handfuls of people playing it. And if only he'd have lived. I think we're dead here. I kind of want to build Executor Alakazam. Let's do that. I do think it would be really neat game design if you could set ratios of energies in your multicolor decks. Like if I could say, give me 60% grass energy in this deck or 75% grass energy. That would be a neat control mechanism for the variants. I really don't think Poke-Flute is... I think Poke-Flute's probably bait and Victory Bell. That's the TLDR. It's hard to fit that many bad, awkward cards in your stage 2 decks. I think we're playing New Egg in our 2-color deck. Do you want a Psychic Executor? Maybe? The Gyarados Fossil deck is very mediocre. It's a pure gimmick. Maybe someone will put up some tournament results and prove me wrong, but I would be shocked if that was good. "41 eggs. Yeah, I mean, you gotta make breakfast sometimes. Is Giovanni useful here? What breakpoints does Giovanni get us to? It's randomly useful with Executor. It lets Alakazam clear a Celebi that only has 2 energy on it. any reason to run Executor instead of Druddigon? Yeah, I don't think Alakazam is a good enough Pokemon to be the only attacker in your deck. I think Druddigon Alakazam is not good enough. Is it worth running Slab with this many Psychics? I don't think so. Helps you clear Starmie. Yeah, that's true. Clears Mew with 2 energy. Geo might be okay. I don't know. I kind of want some Ericas in here. At least one. Like, speed's a little less important because we have Leaf. I'd probably rather just have Leafs, right? For these being more expensive ones. Sabrina, play a potion, call it a day. About 10 minutes until the next round of the tournament queues. Shadow Gaming. Olem Gaming, more specifically. Let's fish up some basics here. Shame we don't have Leaf to shuffle this execute around. Working on the 66%er to get Amber there is pretty unfortunate. Find Executor next turn and get aggressive here. Executor Abra, please. Well, you know. Is this a 50 damage Primeape deck, maybe? If they hit us with Reckless Charge, yeah, opponent making a huge mistake here. Not aware of their weakness. Imagine Mew being able to use Psyshot, chat. Couldn't be us. Boop. Yep. Sounds about right. Mew has a second attack, imagine. Alright, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We'll have another tournament roundup here in just a few minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be playing Pokemon Pocket for a while. Everyone's having a wonderful Friday wherever you're at in the world. Yeah, a lot of the Gyarados players aren't too happy to get him on lead. Oh wow, gamers are really crushing the Candy Crush. Someone through stage 60 already? Look at that. Wasn't sure how the Candy Crush promo was gonna go, because this game's been around for forever. I'm not sure many people wouldn't have accounts yet. Any thoughts on cutting a Misty to make room for a copy of Blue? I think not playing 2 Misties is gonna lose you a lot of free wins. This deck uses Psychic and Grass Energy. If you're someone that enjoys my stuff and you like to help with the promo, if Candy Crush is a stream sponsor for the next month, you can download it using my link on Android or iOS, and it's some of the goals in chat to support the stream. I'll be playing some of it on stream myself here at some point, once we're done Pokemoning. I think the pure Psychic versions of Alakazam don't seem to be putting up results because they're probably a little underpowered. I've been killing everybody with Blaine. You can win with almost anything inside of the queues. Blaine's had a couple of tournament spiked results, but nothing too consistent. Its overall win rate has been pretty middling still, just like last season. Anyway, squeeze in one more random queue game before the tournament starts next round. We're going first, which isn't bad if we have Grass Energy and Eggs. Narrator, he had Grass Energy and Eggs. Lovely. Executor EX is probably the best card in Pokemon Pocket's current card pool for going first. When you have it, you just get to start crunching through. You're so bad at Pokeballing into Abra this morning. Our Psychic friend. Alakazam notably attacks for 2 colorless. You only need 1 Psychic out of 3 to get it going. That's why it works well in these 2 color decks. Nice. We have the Psychic Energy guaranteed here as well. Hit a heads on this. We'll be in a very good spot. If we miss, we're still okay, but less good than we otherwise could be. When you put more effort in to flip a coin, the action that you take to spin the coin on screen is simply visual. It has 0 bearing on how the coin lands, heads or tails. This does 100, I think I'm gonna Erica just because this way we don't die to a Vine Whip here and they're forced to put up the Executor. But not super excited about it, obviously. Having a great day, Choco Man. Good morning. As Erica encouraging them to put the Executor up means that Alakazam can hopefully come and sweep him out. The extra energies from Superior counts towards, counts towards our Alakazam dealing extra damages here. Why would you play the new Executor instead of the old when you only need one Leaf Energy? Because it fixes our colors when we have too many Psychics and not enough Grass. Adds consistency. Clean this out for 180, and then we should be ready to clear whatever they put up next turn, huh? Good stuff. If you'd like to see the Machamp deck list we're playing, you can check out the highlight on my YouTube channel from yesterday. I'll be hopping in a tournament match here momentarily. Get that queued up with my opponent here. It looks like the round is paired. Looks like we are playing against Venipede Weezing. Now, these tournaments are pretty minimal stakes, and I'm not playing on a delay, because playing on a delay makes for bad content. Making good content here is my goal. Ursi's tournament tomorrow that has more significant prizes, I'll not be streaming for. Them having first energy advantage is not stellar, although I guess Weezing's pretty good when going first. Notable breakpoint to call out here is that Aerodactyl EX with a Giovanni does clear a Weezing in one. Aerodactyl EX is also incredibly good against a Venipede or a Weezing lead here. It's honestly, this matchup seems like it probably should be pretty solid for us, yeah? A lot of our cards are going to line up here well. I have just power in this dork up. Opponent's playing one Mew EX as a 5th basic. There's no red card here. Their spread of trainers are 2 Koga, 1 Sabrina, 1 Leaf, 1 Budding Expeditioner. Opponent has conceded a very quick game. This is kind of nightmare matchup variance for the opponent for sure. It might be a quick tournament round. Let's see. So Mew to start here for the opponent, which is going to give us a hard time to chunk through, but it's also noteworthy that the opponent can't attack with Psy Shot. They're likely only at, well, I guess we technically don't know that guaranteed, but I'd be surprised if they have Psychic Energy in their pool and aren't just all dark. Those who aren't familiar with how tournaments work, tournament rounds tend to be best of 3 for the tournaments I enjoy playing in. So you play up to 3 games against the same opponent, first to get 2 wins. It's like awkward hands to start for both of us here. Opponent definitely doesn't want to start on Mew. Whirlipede. You know, it might have been right to put the energy on this other Machamp here. Well, I guess we're equally likely to draw Machoke or whatever. Having evolutions is pretty good in this matchup too. It clears poison. Although I suppose even if I evolve into Machoke and clear the poison, I still die to the Venopede dealing 70, yeah? I'm gonna Giovanni this turn, so that way I can threaten a knockout with Machamp next turn and still play Professor's Research if I draw it. You know, it was probably right to put the old Amber out so I could put that up and flex on which of these I switched to. Yeah, I think putting the Hitmonlee up was wrong here. I think I should have put this out on my bench. Two Machokes, 2 Aerodactyls, 2 Professor's Researches. Wait, you're not killing my thing? That's so good for me. Thank you, opponent. Seeing 4 of them yet is good for us. Giving up a knockout point on this Hitmonlee. I don't think I am, right? Because they'll get to attack whatever I put up next. So I think it's energy here. And then I think with the coughing, I can't afford to put the Aerodactyl up because they would be able to, Wheezing it and stuff. There's no red cards. There's not a real reason to evolve this yet, I don't think. They're out of Sabrina's as well. So weakness. Weakness gets us across the finish line on this one. They can take a knockout on the Machamp, but if they take the knockout with the coughing here, my Aerodactyl plus Giovanni will be able to clear the Wheezing, which is nice. Oh, Primal Law also just straight up stops them from evolving. I forgot about that. Wonder if they forgot about it too. I think this pause might be them having forgotten about Primal Law. And then with the leaf draw, we're done here, yeah. Get to pull this back and clear this with strength with weakness. What an absolute nightmare matchup for the opponent. You distill the deck in a lab to beat this Wheezing Scolipede deck, you probably come out with what we're playing. Those of you joining us, we're playing Machamp today. We're playing tournament rounds. When we're not playing Machamp, we're not playing tournament rounds. We're now 1-1 in the tournament. Got plenty more rounds to play in that yet today. Let's go ahead and hop back into testing out some more Executor Alakazam in the queue in between, huh? Any reason you chose to play with Machamp? Just an off-meta deck that feels relatively competitive. Thoughts on the Lumion Starmie deck? Can actually never beat the Pikachu deck, thus meaning it's probably not a tournament viable deck. Do you think Executor and Pidgeot EX can be reasonable? Yeah, definitely. That's something I would like to try as well. Yeah, I'm playing new Executor in this deck because it helps you mitigate the variance that 2 energy decks can have. It means if we open on Psychic Energy, we can put it on the Egg and Growth Spurt and get that Grass Energy. Is perfect. Pokeball. And even in the games where you have Grass Energy to start like this one, Growth Spurt's not a pure loss because having an extra energy on this gives you the flexibility to be able to retreat EX Executor more flexibly, which is nice. Ooh, Venusaur Gaming. An egg tree, I guess, to be more specific. None of those are the egg tree I wanted for Christmas, gamers. Well, growth spreading in here, but we are dead to superior on curve. Oh, the execute's dead. The game's not over, but the execute's gonna be sad. Exit Alakazam is like a solid C, maybe C plus tier archetype. I put up some sporadic results last season. D tier for Dragonite and C tier for Celebi. After the first weekend's performance, I think Celebi would probably belong in C tier. I'm going to do another metagame roundup looking at all the results of the second weekend's tournaments, then do an updated deck tier list next week is my plan. We'll have a meta report on Sunday and then a deck tier list probably like Wednesday or Thursday next week. Time Executor, welcome to the party, bud. You know, maybe I should have put up the Mew instead of this other egg last time. I think we're dead here, right? I clear this, they crack me for 90, I clear this, they clear me. Yeah, I don't know any lines here. Yeah, I should have put the Mew up last time instead of the egg with the leaf, so I could retreat it back after it took the hit. That way my Alakazam could go down and I could finish with something else. Egg into Executor with Grass Energy on decks. Exactly the opener we want to see when going first. Goodness. Imagine being weak to grass. Imagine being weak to grass, gamers. Do you play the more meta decks off stream? Never. I play games for fun. I don't find playing mirror matches fun. My off stream Pokemon Pocket time is spent trying to brew things. I would agree that given my anecdotal experience of the tournament results we've had so far, I don't know that I would classify any decks in our current format as being S tier. We'll see. I want to see how Gyarados performs this second weekend. I'm expecting Gyarados largely caught people by surprise. If Gyarados hugely overperforms a second week in a row, it would earn an S tier classification. But I do also feel like there's probably tools in the format for people to have counterplay into that deck appropriately. Erica here, clear this, so Marshadow can't clear us on the backswing. Be in a pretty decent spot. The Pikachu deck is very good and definitely A tier. I don't know that it's a cut above everything else though. Feel like the gap between Pikachu and the decks below it have the gap between Pikachu and the decks below it is less large than it was before the expansion. That's awkward. Maybe I should have waited to play this other Abra out. I wasn't thinking about drawing Mew. Well, Sabrina here, so that way if we miss, they have to have a copy of Leaf. Imagine missing gamers, couldn't be me. I definitely feel like there's something to be said for finding the best Executor EX deck in this format. This is such a powerful starting Pokemon. I don't know if Alakazam is the ideal pairing, but... Eggs are definitely powerful. Executor can just solo so many games. You're just like, all right, let me put this up and hit heads once or twice, so we'll just be done here real quick. What's the best Dragonite deck right now? I think the least bad Dragonite deck probably plays Druddigon and Mew, but I would heavily emphasize that that is the least bad version, not that it is a good deck. Thoughts on Jinx instead of the Alakazam Evo line? I think Jinx doesn't hit remotely the same breakpoints that Alakazam does. This is a much less powerful card. I would be surprised if Venusaur was suddenly good after it wasn't good last season. That's completely wild. Some countries restrict people from watching and following. What country are you in? They restrict individual streams on the platform? That can't be real life. I have to dig through the substance of that comment later. Does the egg ability work if you still have no grass energy in your energy zone? Yes, it does. You're from India. Weird. And you can watch other streams on Twitch, and you need a VPN for mine? Or Twitch as a whole is blocked. Sure, I didn't realize India was a country that had general restrictions on internet access. I don't think so. I'm watching just fine from India too. Yeah, okay. I feel like I would be shocked if that was actually a thing. Some Twitch links simply don't work as intended. Yeah, but is it intentional or is it some type of system level issue that's like not the fault of whatever? I don't claim that everything on Twitch. Yeah, it's a very strange, Pluto. What about Butterfree Mew? Butterfree in general is not a very good Pokemon Pocket card because Pokemon Pocket games by and large are not about eking out small attacks for nominal value. They're about having really big swings. Yeah, it sounds like an ISP issue more than a conspiratorial government issue. Now it's just this into Erica, yeah? Maybe I'm supposed to switch and put the full health one up instead of burning Erica? It could be the case. With Charizard taking a step back, do you see any other deck moving forward as a new pillar of the format, or is it too early to tell? Definitely a little too early to tell. Gyarados is the one that has potential to be doing that, but we only have 1 week of results. We can start making some speculation on that once we see the second weeks. Yeah, the fact that I used the Erica last turn is potentially going to punish us here now. I need to hit heads on this when I would have been able to Erica this one and live through the 90. That was a mistake. I should have switched the eggs around. I guess I could have drawn a second egg there to make up for my mistake, but kind of need to hit heads here because of my sequencing issue. All skill. Swish. And now they can't put up a Celebi full of energy because we'll just get to clean it out with Alakazam. Yes, Pluto. Evolving does not heal, it just increases your max HP. Yeah, I don't need to potion to play around this because there's no energy on here. This needs four to attack or 2 with its ability. Oh, the upgrade Steel type soon. I'd be incredibly surprised if we don't get a Dark EX and Steel EX in the first expansion. EX Umbreon, here's hoping. Alright, so we're hoping to grab our other Executor EX here and then switch up to that. There are 2 cards left in my deck, gamers. Yikes. Do I switch to Mew here? Because they have no knockout point, so if they knock out my Mew, that's fine, so long as the Alakazam can finish. I think we just like genome hacking, hit you for 40. And then I could be in trouble if they have their evolution plus an Erica, which is likely. They're through all the cards in their deck now. But we're also going to be 50% hit our other Executor next turn, which would leave us in a fine spot. the Melmetal deck had some really good games yesterday. It'll be the highlight on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel tonight. You missed some of those details. Awkward. We're dead. I think we're dead. That mistake I made on how I used my Erica and my evolution really biting me. If this had been plus 50 life, we would have been in a fine spot here. But instead it wasn't because of my sequencing mistake. It might be dead, but our bench looks beautiful. It's true. Accurate. Alright, gamers, we gotta take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We got about 10 minutes till the next tournament round pairs where we are 1-1 with Machamp. We're gonna keep working on this Executor Alakazam deck on the in-between. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Throw the deck list up while the adverts are going for people that want to snag it. Sableye as a card. What shit is Sableye? Sableye is a later generation, right? This deck does have a bunch of good full arts in it. My poor non-full art Erica. That's Gen 3. Hop up on the bike for a little bit. Did you ever play the other Executor in this list? I don't think so. I think it's kind of slow and awkward. I think it's pretty rare that you're gonna have time to put a bunch of energy on the egg. Yeah, Alakazam's a fan favorite, and this full art Alakazam is one of my favorite pieces of art in the game. I like him a lot. Anyone tried any Melmetal decks? Yeah, we actually spent all day yesterday morning playing Melmetal. I think it's really good with Druddigon and Mew. It'll be the highlight on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube side tonight after we're done live streaming today. I'll post that up there. Why new eggs instead of old eggs? Because new eggs makes it so you have less resource variance. You can put a Psychic Energy on it and then use that to find your Grass Energy. Like Mewtwo here for our opponent. Two Grass Energy in a row. Would love to find an egg here. Got a Mew for us. We'll jump this out. I do not currently like any superior decks, no. Well, that's not quite the egg I was looking for. Symbiote, thank you for the 36 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. What's the best way to play Pikachu with Raichu or Zebstrika? You absolutely should have Zebstrika and Pikachu in our current Gyarados common metagame. Gosh, what an awkward draw. No eggs, no psychic energy. Good golly. Oh man, I take a mulligan. Anyway, leaving that one there. We have time to play one more before the round, I think. I always find the framing of questions like that very interesting. Do you think this deck is better with other card you're not playing as opposed to cards you are playing? Generally speaking, it's probably safe to assume when you see someone playing a deck list on stream that they probably like the cards that they're playing. Would probably be playing the one you're recommending if they preferred it. In general, if you're trying to open a dialogue, I'd recommend suggesting, hey, I think this other thing is better because, and then maybe articulate yourself and give a reason. I suppose we're just powering this up. With one energy on here, Gardevoir next turn actually threatens to clear the execute. If they do that, Alakazam cracks him on the backtrack, so it's fine. This is the other part of the interesting phrasing of the question. If you're asking about a card and you don't think it's better than the card you're suggesting you replace, why ask about it? Eggs coming down. Candy Crush Girl is level 40. Mikey Boy, thanks for the 2 months. In general, I'd encourage you, if you want to make suggestions to a deck that I'm playing, offer why you think the thing you're changing suggestion is good, and maybe offer this is the problem you're having and how you're solving it. And if you're trying to think of a card or you can't think of a reason a card is good, there's probably just not a reason to ask about it, right? And there's definitely lots of improvements that can be made to decks. A lot of the decks we play are pretty untested and untuned and can have improvements made to them. But you want to try and make improvements with like a specific goal in mind. Alright, we start the next round of the tournament pairing here momentarily. Our Machampion deck queued up. Says all 108 matches are done. Just waiting on the pairing. I think playing only Alakazam and Mew as your only attacker tends to not be very good, Pikachu. I think there's too many matchups where Mew's not a meaningful attacker and that Alakazam is not consistent enough to come together. So you need another good early attacker like Executor for the deck to play relatively consistently. And the Executor build might also not be good. Alakazam might not just be a playable card, but Slap helps. I don't think it helps enough. I think only having Alakazam as a meaningful attacker in some matchups means you're just going to die. There's too many places where that's the case. 130 health on your only attacker that takes 3 energy and is a stage 2 is just too many moving parts. Too much can go wrong too easily. And this is the extra tough part about tournaments, is that even when there's downtime, it's very variable, right? Oh, apparently they added a match back in. The tournament software said 108 out of 108 completed, and now it says 108 out of 109 completed. I disagree, Pikachu. I'd like to move on from the topic now. Oh, Slab gives you solid turbo options. At our last stand-up, we talked about the turbo options keeping us agile so we could hit all of our KPIs this quarter. But I feel like this discussion's probably gone on long enough, so maybe we can take it offline if we need to talk about it further. It's always funny when people throw corporate buzzwords in when describing their TCG decks. It's like, no, use words that actually mean things. Instead of like vague nonsense like turbo and agile. And unfortunately, we kind of just, I guess I could queue another match and we could just leave if the round queues. But this is the awkwardness of playing tournaments live. Flexispot is one of my stream partners that makes the bike you often see me pedaling on. Check them out. They're US and Canada sites here. They're on my center screen. We can share a picture. Overweight white man and adorable toddler not included. That being said, I've seen my audience demographics. I'm confident some of you at home can provide your own overweight white man for the bike. Psychotic, as a general, what in your opinion is the best iteration of Alakazam? In general, for the future, Psychotic, if someone misses your question, you should just take a minute and repost it, as opposed to asking me to look back, because it's easy to miss your previous question. I don't think we have a proven best version of Alakazam. I would be surprised if it doesn't involve having some type of secondary attacker. Sometimes you're responding to YouTube comments. Have you considered a way for Twitch to see those? It's actually against the Twitch terms of service for people who have their chats linked in some ways. Like, I know there's bots available that combine the chats, but when Twitch added the ability to stream to multiple platforms at once, they actually explicitly said you're not supposed to combine the chat experiences like that. So I do my best when I am responding to a question on either platform to repeat the question back before I respond to it. But I really dislike having chat on the overlay. I think it's clutter and gives people the opportunity to post rude or offensive things on your stream. And having them copy and paste over to chat is against the Twitch TOS. Not supposed to do that. Yes, there are definitely content creators who are violating that. There are Twitches very picky and choosy about which parts of their rules they actually enforce. Like, anytime you open a live stream and you hear someone streaming top 40 music, they're technically breaking the Twitch terms of service in the law too. How old is that picture? That picture is about a year old. I've lost about 55 pounds since that picture was taken. Did you bring my lunch down, toddler girl? Thank you. It's a little wobbly. Thank you.
We put it that fast because
It was hot. Thank you.
no, not because it was hot. Because it was
Okay. Thank you for bringing my lunch down, Haley girl. All right, we have a round. We're playing at Celebi EX this round, it looks like. Four basic Celebi EX at that. You have a command for discussing your weight loss journey. I posted a video on YouTube at one point talking about it, but really it's really very simple. It's just eat less calories. The two big lifestyle changes I made was I stopped drinking calories. I only drink water and 0-calorie drinks, not in soda at that. And then I started eating better portion sizes at meals. The average restaurant size portion in America is 2 to 3 times the amount of calories you should be consuming in a meal. The reasons why so many Americans are overweight. Did you avoid carbs? I didn't change what I was eating at all, other than no longer drinking calories. As far as actual food goes, I've always eaten pretty reasonable, healthy meals, or at least balanced meals. I just started eating less of it. We have some homemade soup today for lunch. That's one of our leftover HelloFresh meals from last night's dinner. Some carrots, celery, beans, couscous, topped with some breadcrumbs and cheese. Having some confusion over the casing on the password. I'm gonna eat my lunch here while our opponent tries to figure this out. Brewing, thank you for the 26 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh yeah, the opponent does have an unintentional draw. I bet it's because of this. I would bet it's not, maybe they play slowly as well, but the fact that we're sitting here and we've been checked in for 5 minutes and they haven't started playing yet or searching. I'm gonna request a judge here because it's been 5 minutes and they're not responding. I just want to make it clear that I'm here and active and our opponent is not. Alright, our opponent has finally showed up. They are playing 4 basic Celebi, just Superior and Celebi lines. They have 1 Giovanni, 1 Potion, 2 Sabrinas, 2 Erica, 2 X Speed. I'm gonna lead Machamp here for sure. Need a Machamp in our first two, or Machoke in our first two draws. No red card to play around here. Research, definitely our best non-Machoke draw. I'm not playing the Hitmonlee because I don't want to get tempoed by a Sabrina. Yep. Soul, no. No, nothing is said. This Leaf isn't great because they have 2 copies of Sabrina, but I think it's the line with us missing our stage 1. It's a shame I don't have a Fossil or another Machamp to play around the Sabrina. It was superior on curve. It's good for us. Yikes. Real good, Erica. I think we're dead at this point. Oh, man. Oh, so what's the line here? It's like Aerodactyl up, Machoke, Energy, switch to Machamp, clear them. Alright, the game plan from here is my opponent flips all tails. Yeah, a lot of people have been reporting sporadic issues with Twitch not loading for them. Probably part of the reason why the YouTube stream numbers have been good this week. Well, this Pokeball is guaranteed to be Machamp. They don't have a Celebi to start, so that's nice. Aerodactyl EX has been my favorite pairing for Machamp by far. I don't know that I expect Machamp to be a competitive card overall, but Aerodactyl has felt like the least bad pairing for him. Get a copy of Leaf. We could swap this up and crack this. There's a good chance they have basics that they're holding, though. Leaf is our best draw by a lot. I'm gonna give up a knockout on Hitmonlee. Why do you feel Aerodactyl is better than the Marowak line? Yeah, the coin flips just aren't fun, and having a fossil as your basic for Aerodactyl makes it so you're more likely to open on Machamp. And one of Machamp's big upsides compared to other cards is that he, what's the word I'm searching for? He hits for, or he's a Pokemon that you don't mind starting on, if that makes sense. So having him as your starting Pokemon has a lot of value a lot of the time. There's no red card here to play around, so we're gonna go ahead and Land Crush here. A decent 2 energy attacker, 80 for 2 is like on rate. Sabrina would be the best draw in our deck. I don't think I would Sabrina them here. I think the play here is retreat to Machamp and evolve Machamp and then set up to clear them the next turn. I don't really want to Sabrina the Servine chat. They already have one knockout point here. But if I clear this, especially after they hit those heads, we're very likely to be dead, yes? I guess the Sabrina buys us a little bit of tempo, I suppose, but it's definitely retreat, put Machamp up. This means they're less likely to knock the Machamp out with their stage 2, I suppose. They know we're on 2 copies of Giovanni, so they know their Celebi is pretty unlikely to survive if they switch it back in. They have 2 copies of X-Speed, though. We can see them X-Speed this out and then just hope to hit 4 heads and 6 coins. They're a Celebi player, so I assume they like gambling. Yep. Need 4 out of 6. Cool. Fun game. Alrighty. How it be? I think we're dead at 1-2. Yeah, Celebi's a lot like Misty. I'm glad it's bad because the games are not particularly fun. Well, there's only 7 rounds in this tournament. Yeah, I think we're fully dead at X2 then. Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of people at 5 and 2 at the end of 7 rounds, and most of them are going to miss, and our breakers will be bad. Cool, we can drop them. Play some more of the Alakazam deck, huh? Fishtails, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. Evan Breck, thank you for the 34 months. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I think the Machamp deck is good Pikachu and Gyarados matchups, which were the 2 most popular decks of the tournament, but we didn't play against them at all in 3 rounds. It's just how matchup variance goes. Execute and an Executor with the Grass Energy on deck. Absolute best possible start. One big step for eggs. One quick game win for Executor Kinds. Six here is set for us. Can I go ahead and Sabrina here? I'd love to hit heads on either of these rather than the duck. I promise you that Volcrana is not a competitive card. I'm glad you're having fun with it, though. If you'd like to prove me wrong, I'd recommend it during some tournaments. In general, you can kind of win games with almost anything in these random queues. Our opponent DC'd on our second heads. That's funny. Turbo A Ram, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. And I'm feeling this Eggs Alakazam deck. I'd play some more of the Pidgeot Weezing. I was liking that some more. Hessian, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Good morning, good morning. So many flavors, yet they chose to be salty.
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
That video has like 8 million views on it, and my channel has like 1 million of them approximately. Card games really bring out the sodium. I'm gonna have to revoke NFT access. Rage quitting while playing the Sweet Duck deck. It's no good, gamer. Yeah, Executor is Marshadow's singular worst matchup for sure. What's going on, Jakey Bakey?
You want another game?
Oh, kind of. Our opponent bailed out.
Bailed.
All right, we're gonna play some Pidgeot Weezing when we return is my plan. We need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, what was the deck you were playing?
We were playing some Executor Alakazam, but I've kind of been whelmed by it. So.
Alakazam! But why not Alakazam? How about you just get a Pikachu? Nah, that doesn't work. Imagine Pikachu was able. Imagine it was easy or to put one type of Pokemon in there, like an Alakazam Pikachu deck. Good, but
That's next level bitterness, Techno, when they're like manually running the rope down instead of just disconnecting.
So,
how's your day going, my dude?
alright.
What have you and your brother been doing?
Chilling.
Chilling?
You know
Yeah.
this stuff. So, what does Pidgeot do?
Pidgeot do? Pidgeot EX does more damage for every Pokemon on your opponent's bench.
So Pikachu.
It's like inverse Pikachu. It's your opponent's bench.
Yeah. Uno reverse card. Again.
Yep.
You know what is the true Uno reverse card in the game?
Yeah, we sent the child off to go take care of some stuff. How old do the kids like the HelloFresh? They can be hit or miss. It's been a good avenue of finding other things that they like, but they're small children, so. It was funny. Haley actually really likes helping to cook, but she's very adamant she doesn't want to eat most of the stuff she helps cook. We were making the soup last night, and I was letting her help pour ingredients into the pot. And she put like the third ingredient in. She was like, "I like helping, but I'm gonna sit at the table, but don't bring me food. I don't want to eat it." I was like, "Yep, that tracks, 4-year-old." In case you're unaware and care, your microphone is barely in the frame. Yes, that is one of the downsides too. Forcibly adjusting how I speak on stream as the microphone needs to be closer, otherwise you're not going to be able to hear me. Microphone being in frame is necessary. Why did you end up making a change about speaking? Because it makes me feel bad about myself having to constantly respond to jagoffs on the internet that I'm not actually yelling, and I was just speaking how I was normally speaking. So I'm making a change so I don't have to experience those people being assholes anymore. I think we're done. Us having only 50 life means it dies on the pass back. If I can support my family and myself while making Pokemon content, I don't know that I intend to play more Marvel Snap. It's really just gonna depend on what my metrics look like. But if I can. But like, and Cleo, I'm honestly gonna give you a timeout because that's the type of frustrating thing that's really, it's just really, actually I banned you by mistake. Can I undo? I can undo and then I can time you out. The idea that my normal speaking when I was streaming previously was atypical and more work is not true. It is more work for me speaking differently now. This is me putting in effort to sound different, to not have to deal with jagoffs who are going to harass me for sounding different. So the way I had spoken on stream for 8 to 10 hours a day for literally a decade was not me doing something atypical or hurting my voice. It was just the way I sounded. So this is me making an effort to sound different. What's the reason behind the new coughing, Mr. Streamer? Really asking. What would fake asking look like? Would you say fake asking at the end of it? believe we've unfortunately died. Interesting. I would have expected them to switch out to the Starmie so they could hit me for 20 and then hit me for 90. Maybe they don't have the Starmie EX yet. There is not a clear data-driven reason, and I don't have a strong anecdote for which coughing is better. I expect there is not a strictly better, strictly worse, but simply situational. The old coughing that can attack for damage is likely better against things like Mewtwo, where you want to be dealing damage early. However, Koga is a card that really prefers having multiple coughings in play, so that way when you Koga your Weezing back, you can immediately evolve and get attacking with it again. Tree Fitty, thank you for the brand new Prime, I appreciate that. They have the Jail Bunny here. I think we'll just be dead again then. 2 Misty Heads will do that to a game. 3 Misty Heads, however many it was. I don't think Gengar EX is very good, no. It's a fan favorite Pokemon that people try to play and still doesn't post any results in a tournament for a reason. Is Koga the best way to play Pidgeot EX? It's either Koga with Weezing or Druddigon to stall. This isn't really an established archetype that has a lot of people playing it. What do you think of Vaporeon? I think the Vaporeon builds of Gyarados tend to have worse performance than the Greninja Druddigon builds of Gyarados, and I don't think Vaporeon has another shell that's likely to be good in. So it's a card that doesn't seem to be optimal in its only deck, so it's probably not playable. It always makes me really chuckle when someone who got timed out accuses people here of being snowflakes when they're the one that's big mad about having something happen to them. Something here is soft. It is very typical behavior from people that use that term, yep. We just keep powering this dork up. Opponent missing on their Marowak EX is obviously very good for us. Single potion doesn't matter here. The Pidgeot EX is still dealing 120. No, I'm not really a multi-game streamer. If Pocket ends up being sustainable in terms of content, it'll be my focus for the foreseeable future. Oh, Weezings and Pidgeots are all buried here. Sedge. They're off-meta decks that don't require evolutions, are really fast, that can compete with the current meta. I can't tell if you're teeing me up to talk about the deck highlight I posted last weekend, or if you're just unaware it exists. What do you think will be the first Pokemon we get with more than 200 HP? Tyranitar EX in the next set could be a candidate for that. Or maybe one of the Steel Pokemon. I could see like a... Although giving a Steel Pokemon 200 plus HP would kind of defeat the purpose. It would still die to Charizard. It would need 230 to not get cleared by Charizard in one. Alright, my dear opponent, allow me to play you the song of my people. Toot, toot, toot the flute. Ooh, Blissey's a good answer. Blissey could be a... Blissey EX could be 200 plus. Most community tournaments are run on limitless.com. Run most days of the week. What do you think of Dragonite? I think Dragonite is a card that suffers from stage 2 variants. Dragonite is a card that suffers from 2-color energy variants. And Dragonite is a card that suffers from its actual attack having variants as well. And when you mix all those bits of variants together, you end up with something that's incredibly inconsistent. I think trying to play EX Pokemon with Marshadow is generally speaking a mistake. I think for Marshadow to be good, you want to pair it with single knockout point Pokemon like the Golem deck does or like the Shadow of the Duck deck does. Yes, if you were watching earlier, I've cut the one copy of Baby Pidgeot for a copy of Pokeflute, because Baby Pidgeot just wasn't really doing much for us in the games we were playing. Right, they have Brock. Take 90. I think we're Kogaing and hoping for no Giovanni. Treating this back with the Hitmonlee in the back is potentially scary. Does Pidgeot EX being a stage 2 help with the Marshadow thing? No, because then you need to draw Marshadow plus a 1 knockout point Pokemon plus your whole stage 2 line. There's just way too many things you have to have line up consistently all in one. Bits. I should have Pokeballed before I did that. We didn't draw any basics anyways, though. This out. We kind of need to fade Giovanni Aerodactyl here. That most notably hits the 110 breakpoint on Weezing due to fighting weakness. Does Flute work with fossils? It does not. Fossils are not basic Pokemon, that's why you can't Pokeball into them. Yeah, I think the Hitmonlee Marshadow package is probably good enough that you can mix it into a variety of decks and still win plenty of games. I think is almost assuredly true. With the Pidgeot EX draw here, we should be good to go. By the time they get through this Weezing, we should be able to have her online and crunch down. Oh no! Spoke too soon. Sabrina there. I'm feeling this one. What if we do some Victory Bell? Make sure there's not psychic energy in here. Let's give this a go. I gotta put my other full art leaf in here. Just need our basic for this. just wins so many games on its own. Adverse energy advantage this game. Not even a 50-50 into Gardevoir, because I have the Erica here as well. As much as I would love to dig for my Bellsprout this turn, I need to play around the Gardevoir. Now they need their 2 cards to be Gardevoir, Giovanni to have a shot here. Yeah, can't knock me out now. Sounds great. Wonder if we'll see him bail this out here. Sprout. I think we just start charging this up now, right? I haven't played this deck in a tournament yet, but we're gonna have to make time for that next week. I like the score a lot. I think Mew and Leaf are both really big upgrades for this deck. Second Gardevoir as well. If they don't, we're probably in a pretty decent spot. They do not. Energy here. Leaf this Executor out. To crack him with Seed Bomb here. So that way, Mew is threatening a knockout even through a copy of blue. Dabba dee dabba die. If they hit second Gardevoir here, they could put Gardevoir up and knock out my Execute with that. Could be scary. If they don't clear my Execute this turn, we're in a pretty good spot. We'll put 50 onto here. We'll go ahead and we'll pull this back. We'll crack them for 80 now. Leaf is so good. Like this whole sequence just isn't possible if I would have had to discard all my energies to retreat here, because I didn't. We get to like do the truffle shuffle and keep our things moving in and out. Hey, thanks for hanging out, RCB. You enjoy seeing new Pokemon Pocket ideas. It's definitely one of the best places for that in a competitive setting. Trying to go above and beyond just winning a couple of games in the random cube. Yeah, I like the Melmetal deck a lot. I think we were one card misbuilt when we played that yesterday. That's definitely one I'm going to run back in a tournament next week. Liked that core a ton. You see a future for 4 energy non-EX Executor. I could see worlds where you wanted to play that card in addition to EX Executor, but not instead of. I should have played X Speed over the one Budding Expeditioner we played yesterday, Grindel. Flipping all heads during this match. That's not true. This stun won, where we would have won the game otherwise. I assume they're dead here. Yeah, they just don't have potions. They can't even retreat the Mew out because we have Vine Whip, or the Fragrant Trap Vine Whip. Yeah, if EX Executor gets power crept, the format's gonna be in a wild spot. That would be an insane amount of creep. If we hit all of our evolutions as fast as possible, Bellsprout's actually pretty good when going first. You get to hit your stage 2 and then Flareon, Ninetales, Moltres. Opponent is cooking. Try and burn us to the ground, gamers. Look at that derpy face, chat. It's not what's not to love. Well, they just also have Charizard, just the smorgasbord of. That's a cool shirt. Thank you. Actually, one of the stream sponsors, Into the AM, makes all my wonderful graphic designs. The colors are so great and vibrant. Always got a lot of great comments on them. Think it's just start charging up the execute. 'Cause if I move in on the Weepin' Bell here, my opponent could Leaf and then crunch us. Or X Speed and then crunch us, that would be real bad. Whereas this survives a hit for 120. It's a interesting potion choice, opponent. Well, missing that heads is a big deal. It's gonna escape now. We are unfortunately about to be burned to the ground, gamers. I suppose there's a world where we find Victory Bell next turn and she could pull us out. Victory Bell would let us clear this, live Ninetales, and then pull this up. I got 2 of those and 1 research and 8 cards. My big plant. Alas, never lucky. Should have put up Mew to tank for a turn. Yeah, that's a good call. I had to put the Victory Bell up anyways. And the Mew had the energy on it. Yeah, I think you're right. I could have given myself 1 more draw there, and I didn't. It's a great call out. Little Bell Sprout. Let's go digging for our big egg here. Okay, I'm gonna have Victory Bell on curve at least is nice. Any tips for my Mr. Mime deck? Unfortunately, I don't think Mr. Mime is a playable card in Pokemon Pocket. Passing? I'll chill on this for now because I don't want the flexibility to deal 20 for 1 at some point. Oh boy, gamers. That routes look yummy. Routes looks yummy. Step into my office, tiny baby. We have much to discuss. This is so rude. Come here. Come here. Ow. Me see more? Only routes can satisfy my hunger. I think we're vibing on that for now. We're not attacking with it anytime soon, and I want the flexibility to get an EX in there. We'd like to start putting damages on this Mewtwo. Step into my office. We have much to discuss. Yeah, I really should queue this deck in a tournament next week. It's so slick. It's got a really solid Mewtwo matchup between doing stuff like that and Executor just letting you run people down. Ancient Archdemon, thank you for the 70 months. That is a very big number. Welcome back. Think our opponent's ready to get a little egg on their face? I don't have any Pokeflute in here. I would be kind of surprised if that card's good. I think Leaf's a big upgrade. I think Mew's a solid upgrade. I think Pokeflute's probably bait. You have such limited slots in decks playing Stage 2 Pokemon. I think it's hard to justify Pokefluting when I could have so many other good utility cards. Especially in a deck like this, where I want 2 copies of Erica too, among other things. I need something else to start putting energy on next turn. I need a Bellsprout or a Mew. Are they water energy-less Greninja deck, or are they just unlucky? Do they have X speed here? The next question. They do not. Perfect. There's a Mew. I would have preferred Bellsprout, but beggars shan't be choosers. We're happy to have something to do here. This is bad variance allotment, chat. We used up one of our heads when we didn't need it, so we're less likely to have it next turn now. Doesn't Pokeflute give you options to close the game out? You have to assume you're going to take knockouts, so the game plan goes from there. Sure, but you can also assume that games where you have Victory Bell online, you're probably already winning, yeah? So Pokeflute, I think, a lot of the time ends up being what we would describe as a win more card in card games, where more often than not, it's going to be really good in the games where you're already ahead. I will have a Melmetal highlight up on the channel later tonight. Thank you for the brand new Prime. I really appreciate that support. That direct bit's a big part of why this is able to be my job. I've really been loving Pokemon Pocket, and if it seems like I can sustain my job just doing Pocket, it's going to be my primary focus here moving forward. It's been awesome to see all the new support. Definitely been my favorite card game in recent memory. Just soloed by the big egghead. Snap is officially dead. I expect Snap's gonna exist for many years. Snap hasn't really been sparking joy for me. And past Marvel Snap's gameplay being a little bit frustrating here and there, my interactions with the Marvel Snap community have not been great. Every video I've posted for like the last 2 months gets a handful of comments about people complaining about second dinner and card acquisition, and it's just honestly really draining and makes making content for the game a lot less fun. So if I have a game that am enjoying more, and the community's not just constantly being hyper negative, I would like to focus on that instead. So I think it would bring more joy to my life. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick pause for the cause and roll some adverts here. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We're gonna play some more of this when we get back. I think this is gonna be my next tournament deck list. It's been sweet. Like this core. I am doing swell, Bobby. Life's good. I think the extra breakfast promo on HelloFresh is only for US customers, Moldy. But it'll tell you in the sign up, I believe. I was really happy to find out the gameplay in this game was really good. When they first teased that this game was releasing, I was a little bit concerned that the gameplay was going to be bad because they had such a focus on the collecting aspects in their initial teasings of the game, but the gameplay has been such a pleasant surprise. Core rules being simple while still offering a good bit of depth and deck building decisions feels really good. The Breakfast for Life promo is in Canada too. Okay, sweet. Good to know. For the HelloFresh sponsor. I think the only card I'm unsure of in this deck list so far is the Baby Executor. That one hasn't come up yet, but it's nice to have an evolution for the egg a little bit more consistently. Just need trading to get here so I can get 2 full art Ericas. I was not expecting there to be this hyper competitive community surrounding Pocket with all of the tournaments, but I'm really glad it exists. It's reminded me how much I loved traveling to play competitive tournament Magic the Gathering. I just really like competing, and it's really awesome to be able to compete regularly from my home without having to like drive hours to do it. What do you think of the 20 card deck limit? I think the 20 card deck limit is great. I was really happy to see another card game. I think small deck size was one of the best innovations Marvel Snap had. I was happy to see another game implement something similar. I don't know that I miss long drives from traveling to play competitive tournament Magic, and maybe this sounds kind of weird, but I do find myself missing traveling by air occasionally. I think going through airports and stuff tended to be a lot of fun. I like travel without actually having to be the one to drive myself, and the people watching in some of those places is you see some real interesting folks. Moo has just taken some hits here for us, I would imagine. Am I putting energies on here? I think I'm putting energies on here. Am I here? I think it's energy on here so I can retreat this out next turn without the leaf. I mean, like, our opponent gets to hit us for a bunch of damages a bunch of times in a row here, but while they're doing that, they can't put energy on anything else, and I can be building up the rest of my board. Need heads over 2 turns. Get it out of the way nice and early here. Anytime your mono grass deck is like keeping its hold against the random fire brew, it feels like, yeah, this is real and feels good. Even if they have a Blaine here, they're only hitting us for 140. Executor EX just has so much health. Holy. Are you retreating to Moltres here? Yes, Leaf has made EX Executor significantly better. Agree. Everybody was talking about Poke Flute for this deck, and really the pickups are Mew and Leaf are both huge. Both big deals. Part of me wants to not show this, but another part of me doesn't want to get red carded out of it. Mew with Executor in general, a lot of the Executor decks I played in previous seasons really felt like they were struggling to find a third Pokemon line they really wanted to play, and Mew is such a perfect addition to it. Now, the scary thing here is if my opponent has a Blaine, they can one-shot my Victory Bell. Oh my goodness, they are 0-6 on Moltres coins. Good golly. Yikes. Yikes! I kind of wish they would have hit some of those coins so we could try and play the game out. I would like to see that match to completion, rather than them just being completely torched. I think going 0-6 on Moltres entitles you to financial compensation from the Pokemon Company. Yeah, honestly. I don't think that card's playable, Jakeman. Volcarona, that's the deal 80 discard 2, right? Maybe if it was discard 1, it would be okay, but discard 2 is just so much. Wish we were going first here with our eggs queued up. That's the basic we wanted to draw. The one we've got, so. Is Marvel Snap dead yet? Marvel Snap made over $100 million 2 years in a row. Just because a content creator like myself is choosing to focus on other things does not remotely mean the game is dead or going anywhere anytime soon. I would be very surprised if Marvel Snap wasn't still a game in 5 years or even a decade from now. I would wager their best and most profitable years are probably behind them, but that's pretty normal and natural in lifestyle games like this. Did you have a source on that revenue number for Pocket? Last revenue update I heard from Pocket was that it had made $200 million in the first month. I would links are enabled in chat, Siler. I would appreciate a $500 million revenue reference for Pocket. If they don't have Erica, this Executor is a real scuff for him. Double heads there is so good. Can we return the favor and hit heads with our Executor? Really want a Mew or another egg here. Nailed it. Okay, we're done. So long, bud. Lovely Pokeball draw. I think if you truly believe coin flips are not 50-50 in Pokemon Pocket, you should stop playing the game and go do something else. As that would be an incredible amount of deception. I think lots of people could make up lots of spreadsheets full of data without actually tracking anything, and that whatever you're saying proves anything isn't how a proof remotely works. Erica, eh? Two can play at that game, punk. Actually, that's a terrible Erica, yeah? It doesn't actually save me from another attack. And your memes should stay dreams. Brewing is the best version of Pikachu right now. I tend to not have strong opinions on stock meta decks because I don't really play them or optimize them. I would be very surprised if the best Pikachu deck wasn't playing Zebstrika, though. Zebstrika makes your Gyarados matchup so strong. Alright, and then they are dead to Leaf plus Mew here. Gosh, this card is so good for this deck. Such an incredible upgrade. Like one Solar Beam, please. Just last week, I saw someone saying the Shuffler in Magic Arena is rigged. Seems like there's a conspiracy theory in every game. Yeah. You know, if the Shuffler's rigged in Magic Arena or the coin flips are rigged in Pokemon Pocket, there's some reason other than you messed up that you lost your games. It's just kind of one of the classics, you know, removing personal accountability, and that there was some big thing that was unfair and skewed against you as the reason why you couldn't be successful. No, I spent $200 on each of those full art leafs. That is 2,500 pack points worth of leafs. It is literally the only card I haven't opened on a Mythical Island organically. Linking me a YouTube video that's like 6 different forms of clickbait in its title alone to try and reference a spending amount sounds real sketch. I'll wait for an actual link. I'd be skeptical of numbers until you see it from a credible source. The numbers that were being talked about was a claim that Pokemon Pocket has made over $500 million in revenue so far. Which is believable, but I would like a reference from a source that tracks that type of thing rather than just saying, trust me, bro. To quote my favorite rapper, Billy Woods, if I lose, it was rigged. I'm the man if I win. The Donald Trump strategy, as we like to call it. IGN says 200 million. Yeah, the last article I saw about revenue for Pokemon Pocket was 200 million after the first month. There was an article from yesterday that claims 300 million. Yeah, that tracks. That would be it slowing down. 500 million seems like a lot. Be a big increase from 200 million in the first month. My Mew EX doesn't seem like its attack's likely to be super useful, so we're gonna swap this out. I'm gonna try and clear the Drowsy, I think. That's true. Earnings would likely be higher in months where we have new sets, is a good take. One thing that's kind of nice about this deck that we're playing is that opposing copies of Mew EX aren't really stellar into us. Copying Vine Whips and Executor attacks is not bad, but they're not great either. They don't line up well into our own things, really. Okay. You know, Winmagus, I'm actually not sure that Marvel Snap being successful or not matters at all for Pocket. Based on how much money Pokemon Pocket made in its first couple of things, I'm not really sure Snap's a real competitor for it. Like, I think Pocket's a competitor for Snap in terms of scale, but I think Pocket's just likely so massive that I'd be surprised if they can consider Snap much of a competitor at this point. Sixtied me. I'd like to 60 you back. Maybe I'll heal in the middle though. Does that sound cool with you? With Victory Bell here, them giving us damage on the Mew is pretty good for us, because it means that we're going to be able to Fragrance Trap it right back up. What's the reason for playing the OG Execute instead of the new one? Oh, this is interesting. So they... I think I'm gonna give up the Mew knockout. They get to retreat to the Gardevoir and Psyshot this to finish it, but I think that's fine, because I'm gonna evolve into the Execute next turn, and with the Leafs we can shuffle stuff around. The only real reason, there's two reasons to play the new Execute. The first reason to play the new Execute is if you're playing the new Executor that wants to ramp up to 4 energy, which we're not. And the second reason to play the new Execute is if you're playing a 2-color deck and want to use the new Execute's ability in order to fix your color variance on occasion. But because this deck is both not playing the new Executor and it's not playing 2 colors, there's no reason to play the new rampy one. You'd rather just attack for 20 on occasion. I need you to step into my office, Mew, or I need to finish that conversation we were having earlier. How does the new Execute fix multicolor? Its attack is colorless energy, so like say you're playing like a water grass deck and you start with 2 water energy, you could put a water energy on the egg and fish up a grass. To give context on how successful Pokemon Pocket has been, for people who aren't familiar, I'm very plugged into this space and track a lot of these numbers. This is US Android revenue, just to compare a particular market. This was Q1 2024, or this is Q4 2023 and Q1 2024. Marvel Snap has made the most money in the digital card game space every quarter since it released. And it's made the most with a bullet. And to give you total context, Marvel Snap made 170 million USD in its first year, and it made over 100 million USD in its second year. Pokemon Pocket made over 200 million USD in its first month. They are not remotely in the same ballpark. And Snap was the most successful digital card game in terms of revenue in a long time. 170 million in their first year and 100 million in the second year for a digital card game is not peanuts. To speak ill of the dead for a moment, Runeterra made $25 million in 2.5 years. It took Pokemon Pocket less than a week to out-earn 2.5 years of Runeterra. Just to give you, like, context on how badly Runeterra was a failure in terms of revenue. Cursive Puppet, thank you for the 24 months. I don't have good numbers offhand for Hearthstone at release. I don't know what those are. I wish I did, but I don't have easy access to that data. If someone has it, feel free to reference. The person saying Pocket's claiming 500 million since launch. That is what started this discussion, and that sounds like it's not actually accurate. It sounds like people misrepresenting what was said. But bits I caught from chat is it sounds like people were talking about Dina was saying they were going to earn 500 million as a company for the quarter. Which is very different than just Pokemon Pocket earning 500 million. Numbers I heard that were Pocket specific were 300 million for Pocket as of the start of December. Which again, is incredibly large amounts of money. Not small by any means. Well, you know, maybe I should play the Mew out. Building the Mew up against Dragonite's probably pretty funny. Hey, Kamos. Got a lot of old-time Magic players stopping back in. It's good to see folks who used to be on the Hex train. Definitely been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Am I building up Weeping Bell here? Building up Weeping Bell would be bad against, them having Dragonair, so I think I just chill for now. We're gonna build up the Mew. A quick Google search said Hearthstone made 395 million in 2016. Sure, that number validates my built-in biases. I would accept that as true. this only does 80. Let's start crunching. Baby Executor finally getting to show up and add a little consistency for us. Didn't Hearthstone come out in 2014? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the launch year on Hearthstone. ...2016 was their mobile launch year. That would make sense to track. That was probably their biggest revenue year, I'd wager. You may scramble my egg. Playing out or bench Pokemon makes their Dragonite less likely to be lethal. You know who is lethal, chat? This baby egg. Good night. Just build a lot. We're gonna play a couple more with it when we get back. We're gonna take a brief pause for the cause and let some Twitch ads roll, but I like the score a ton. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Nicola, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Gonna have an advert over on the YouTube side as well, gamers. Yeah, I was a little surprised when Lorcana didn't have an official digital client. I'm loosely interested and have heard good themes about Lorcana's gameplay, but I can't, heard Lorcana's gameplay, but I can't say I've touched it, so I don't have time for another paper game in my life. Yeah, I know they effectively cease and desisted or some type of technical thing like that for the fan-made version of Lorcana. You don't draw enough cards in Lorcana. I mean, to be fair, most of these games don't involve as much card draw as old Magic did. When you run ads in YouTube streams, how does that translate to revenue? I actually have no idea. YouTube doesn't really give me a lot of transparency into which bits of a live stream's revenue are from the live stream and which bits are from people rewatching after the fact. Have any transparency into that? The live numbers on the YouTube side have been pretty solid though. We've broken like 700 concurrent viewers the last couple of days. I think yesterday we actually broke 1,000, which is pretty solid for over there. Second Dragonite deck in the row. Culture Dragonite, Gamer 2, Greninja Dragonite. One of my favorite ways to play that card. Yeah, I'm not playing any flutes. I think if you wanted to fit a flute in, you'd probably have to cut the baby executor, but I got like the consistency from having 3 ways to evolve your eggs. Having executor ASAP is so important. All right, Executor, I guess we'll play a game instead of winning on the spot. If you insist. Executor is truly a merciful god, yep. Gotta hit heads anyways, yeah. I guess using the baby executor here means that they have second potion, I'll need to hit heads next turn. Or if they have Dragonair, I'll need to hit heads next turn. Retreating out this Dratini, or like what's the plan here, opponent? Not. She's going down. All right, sugar. So I needed that one of that last turn, Executor. Little late, bud. So what's the plan here? They put the Greninja up, they crack us for like 60 to 80. I think if they don't evolve the Froakie, I actually use the Victory Bell to clear that next turn. You are always welcome to offer constructive criticism of the decks that I play and the decks my opponents play and plays that we make on this channel. You are never welcome to just needlessly tear down while saying nothing constructive, my deck or my opponent's deck. So take a 10-minute break, Nickit. The Team Grass jersey I have was from a pop-up Pokemon Center at Pokemon Worlds a couple of years ago. I don't know if they sell them in regular stores or not. I have to imagine they do, but I wouldn't know where you'd get one from. What do you recommend as a support Pokemon for a Gengar deck? The least bad build of Gengar is probably like Druddigon plus Mew. I think like 2 Drudigons, 2 Leafs, 2 Mew, and an X speed can pair with most stage 2 Pokemon and like not be completely embarrassing. kind of the same shell like this Golem has. Well, the Golem shell's not playing Mew, but I think Mew can be one that you mix in there. Yeah, Drudagon, Mew are kind of like what I like to refer to as jank glue. Like, alright, this can go into a lot of different spots here and be okay in most of them. I'm gonna put an energy on Bellsprout here, because if I top deck Weepin Bell, we can leaf up to it and go 40 into 60. What do you think of Greninja, Dragonite, Drudagon? I mean, it's probably not much worse than other bad Dragonite decks. We played something close to that on stream once upon a time. It was fine. I'm not gonna tell you it was good, but it was fine. I was really hoping to draw an egg there, gamers. Alright, they've assembled their 4-card combo. I think I just do this because if they leaf this out and put Golem up to clear this, the Mew's gonna come up and just dumpster the Golem, and Golem's their only real attacker. So it'll be a little bit sad if the Execute gets cleared, but I think they're still in a bad spot if they do that. And if they don't clear the Execute this turn, I get to go ahead and evolve into Executor EX and kind of take them to Pound Town. I suppose this sequence loses to what's likely a singleton copy of Sabrina. Is the downside here? Yeah, okay. So dead to Sabrina is the downside to this line when they have it. Requires 2 specific things, so maybe it's fine. It's a shame we didn't have Derpy a little bit sooner. Oh, I guess we're technically not dead to Sabrina, right? Because, what's what I'm searching for? They only have 1 knockout point. Man, are they gonna have time to set up another Golem here? One night. Oh, the Mew being on 30 is also a liability against the Hitmonlee that they usually play. We might just be torched here, honestly. Dead. Or swoop the Graveler and hit it for 80. That's not how any of that works, gamer. Little egg. Let's just get nice and aggressive here with the leaf to start. These are a good site to find deck lists. YouTube.com/Oglandia Pocket. Do a meta report there every week, evaluating the decks that were the best performing in tournaments using some of the most objective measurements you'll find on the internet. Also, call out off-meta things that had one-off performances that could maybe be worth checking out. Even if they have the Gyarados right away here, Executor's gonna crunch through it if they don't hit a bunch of heads on a Misty. If this game had more incentive to play rather than crappy 15 XP, it would be the best game on mobile. Counterpoint, if you don't have fun from playing Pokemon Pocket, you should instead close the app and go play something you find fun. I miss the days when people used to find joy in the games that they played, as opposed to having this tiny carrot dangling in front of them being the only reason they feel compelled to do it. I actually think one of the most genius things about Pokemon Pocket is the fact that they don't constantly make you play the game unless you want to play the game to have fun. Games like Marvel Snap and Magic Arena and Hearthstone effectively giving you a list of chores you have to do every day feels really bad and tedious. Hey man, I'm new to your channel. I've been watching a few of your videos the past week. I think you're a great father and a chill dude. Thanks, Rascal. Appreciate you dropping by. I like my kiddos. They're pretty all right. I think Pokemon Pocket needs a ladder. I completely disagree. I think ladders are a deeply predatory and manipulative system that feels very frustrating for a lot of the time and leads to players burning out. A lot of people have this misconception that ladders exist to measure skill and show you who's good inside of games, but that's not how ladders are actually constructed in mobile games like Marvel Snap and Magic Arena and Hearthstone. Ladders in most modern video games are engagement drivers. They exist to serve as a hamster wheel to get you to run on them and play the game more. Isn't there a choice just to not play ranked? So the way these types of games work and the psychological way they manipulate you with rewards is that you could just say, well, just don't get the rewards for anything these games do. But the reality is the more rewards and systems you put into these games that people don't feel like they can keep up with, the less likely they are to continue playing the game. Players at a certain point where they go, oh, I can't keep up, I can't do all of the stuff, I'm just going to stop engaging rather than not engaging with the bits that I can't. I actually think one of the really genius structure things that Pocket has done that will likely contribute to making the game successful long term is that you don't have to do chores and you could just log in every day in 2 minutes and open your packs to be optimal. See, that's another thing too. What Nikity says there in chat, that's not true. They say, I would like a ladder to play against opponents of my level. You do not need a ladder in a game like this to play against people of similar matchmaking rating as you. In fact, I would be very, very surprised if they added... I would be very surprised if there's not MMR-based matchmaking inside of the queues we already have in client. In games like Marvel Snap, they're actually relatively transparent about the fact that your visible ladder rank isn't even representative of your internal MMR, and it's largely not what you'll get paired based on. I think I'd be kind of surprised if they added ranked. I think these implementation of the PvP events where you need to get to certain wins or the win streaks are basically their version of a not ranked. But see, this is the thing, and this is the disconnect that a lot of people don't understand. I think there's benefits to having a rank to see if you're improving or getting worse. The ranked systems are not designed to measure you improving. They are designed to measure how much you play the game. Any system where you can substitute winning more with playing more means it's not an inherently competitive system. It's a hamster wheel. I see my opponents make a lot of misplays. Yeah, I bet the opponents say the same about watching you play too. I bet half the people you played against thought, man, look at this absolute animal that I just played against. Probably can't even read their cards, made half a dozen mistakes, and they still flipped heads and beat me anyways. Literally every single game I've ever played, there's always this mythical, well, if they just matched in this way, I would have good matchmaking. Then why are good players at better ranks than other in Hearthstone? They're not. They're not. Half? I bet 100% of my opponents think I'm a monkey. Yeah. Yes. I lay out a well-reasoned, structured argument talking about how systems that reward you for time spent are not skill measuring, and the person just twice says, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Please leave my chat and never come back. You are not a person that's going to add value here. Any system where you can replace winning more with playing more games is not a competitive system. And ranked ladders, where you truly measure skill with the ranked ladder, are not something games like Pokemon Pocket will ever implement, because ranked ladders that truly measure skill encourage you to stop playing the game. Because if you have a ranked ladder that really punishes you for losing and only rewards you for winning, it becomes optimal at a certain point to stop playing games once your rating gets high enough. And that's not a Pokemon specific thing, it's just a game specific thing. Chess ELO is exactly what I'm talking about. Chess ELO type systems are bad for ranked ladders because it encourages you to stop playing the game when your rating gets high enough. Hey, Gino, thank you for the brand new Prime. I think what most people mean when they say they want a ranked ladder is they want more stuff for free. I think that's what it translates to. And I think the PvP events where they give out hourglasses from the PvP event is a great way for them to give people free stuff for playing without having this super tedious hamster wheel for people to run on. Yeah, actual ranked ladders that truly measure skill are just never going to happen in games like Pocket. If Pocket added a ladder, I am 100% confident it would be similar to Marvel Snap, where, or Hearthstone or Arena, where your skill matters less than your time spent. Lee McGee, thank you for the 48 months. If you're someone who hasn't experienced ranked ladders in a game like Pokemon Pocket before, the best way I could give it to you is I want you to think about how you felt during the Get 5 Wins in a Row event, if you're someone that didn't get that done on the first try, and how frustrating it was to brick and have to try again. And now apply that type of system to something that lasts an entire month, and where you have to constantly be putting up results on a streak. Some people enjoy that. Yeah, people love optimizing the fun out of their games. People love, a lot of people who play games like this love playing games to feel mad. I think it's great to explicitly avoid system designs where people are regularly going to feel mad at your game. Are there any stage 1 Pokemon similar to Executor without coin flips? Weezing is the closest, but his total health pool is a lot lower. They found Drudagon. Rip. That's probably gonna buy them enough time here. I guess I only need 1 heads. If I hit 1 heads over 2 turns, and they don't hit a heads on Misty, we could run this Gyarados down potentially. Alright, Misty, are we playing a game? Even 1 head seer is probably death. Alright, we get to play a game. What are basic Pokemon? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. We also kind of need to dodge Greninja, question mark. There are a lot of cards. Like an Erica to not go down in 1 to Gyarados. Oh, they do kind of need to switch this up here to the active, right? I guess we might be okay here if they brick on Misty again. They probably have another Misty they're going for. Oh my goodness, they don't. Holy. What do we think of this? Cheeky or just right? Can we discard their energy? Yeah, what a 50-50 to win. Thanks for the Gyarados, buddy. Oh no! No, it's fine. It's fine. Even if they hit here, our Executor cleans them up. Oh wait, they were pumping the back one. Sure were. That was fun. I like this list a lot. I really, this deck list felt like it was really close last season. And Leaf and Mew are just both such big upgrades. The Mew really feels like she rounded out so many of these decks. I tried so many different things trying to find a 5th basic for this deck, and just none of them felt good last season, and Mew is exactly what we want. And Leaf letting both Victory Bell and Executor like actually maneuver around and retreat a little bit feels so clean. I think the only slot I'm not 100% certain on here is the baby Executor, but it's pretty good to add consistency. It carried us in a couple of games when we didn't have one of his bigger buddies. I don't think I expect them to nerf or change the text on any cards in this game long term. Wholly and fully expect that they'll balance the game via... that they'll plan to balance the game via purely new cards coming in every 6 weeks. All right, gamers, that's going to be it for live Pokemon Pocket today. For the last little bit of the stream on the YouTube side, we are going to be streaming some Candy Crush Saga. They are our stream sponsor for the week. Shout out to them. On the YouTube side, I'm going to be signing off, and I'll be publishing a Melmetal highlight over there. We're going to get kicked on over to playing the sponsored game to wrap up. I will be back with more Pokemon Live on Monday.